To the players.
Can we gather around, please? Like two teams on either side here.
on behalf of 2024 Cape Town Over-40s Cricket World Cup and our sponsors, the social, tourism and event services, Level 2, United 24, and Six Vision. I welcome all players, officials, umpires, and supporters of this round-robin game between Sri Lanka and New Zealand. Yes. Let's do that all over again. On behalf of the 2024 Cape Town Over-40s Cricket World Cup and our sponsors, Sisonke Tourism and Event Services, Devil's Peak, Vital 24 and Pitch Vision, I welcome all players and officials, umpires and supporters of this round-robin game between Sri Lanka and New Zealand. This is the first time these two countries have played each other in an over-40 cricket World Cup game. So it's both an historic and exciting event for everyone. Officiating today we have Rafiq Patel from England and Ivan de Jong from South Africa. As part of Westerton High School, I would like to extend our very warm welcome to the teams New Zealand and Sri Lanka, to the support staff, coaches, media team, all interested parties as well as sponsors. Westerton High School, established in 1953, has had 70 years of cricket and are proud to host the IFC Over-40s Cricket World Cup. South Africa, being a proud cricketing nation, has undergone tremendous transformation since the birth of our democracy. It is privilege and honor to host you here in Cape Town. We wish the two teams the very best in today's match and pray that the ultimate winner is cricket. It is inspiring that you continue to give back to the game of cricket, and may you unwaveringly pass down your wealth of knowledge of the game to the generations to follow. We thank you. We will now have the national anthem.
minutes. This isn't live yet, is it? It is. Yeah, just turn it off for a couple of minutes. Every time I go back and I go there really often. It's Marilia. 2 days for me is enough because I go there and the characters long enough. But if you're going there, you really only need 3 days to really see. So that's August. Migration. So we get to predominantly around that time. I agree. But it also likes very season related to a bit of got to gauge it almost. If you're willing to book late, it's better to get it this day. How do we speak? That
Yeah, but then once you're on, just about everything. Yeah, it's on the family group and the WC group. Massive. It's great. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Those of you that are following us from Zimbabwe and also those in the United States, if you've now got the live link, we've just been set up. There have been 2 overs bowled. Peter Rinke bowled the first over, Douglas Marilia the second, and as you can see, Sean Bell's now on for his second ball. Mark, what would you say about the weather this morning, Ox? I mean, it's been a bit windier this morning compared to what we've experienced in the last couple of days.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Probably this is the first taste we've had of Cape Town's weather with the wind. The last 2 days that we've had have been scorching hot but no wind. So it'll be a good test for everyone to experience a bit of the wind today. It's going to come into play.
And Zimbabwe, I believe, won the toss and they elected to field. We've certainly selected a couple more seamers in for today. Looking at what we're going to do with the batting orders based on the last couple of games. And we're on for a good day, I'm sure.
Yep, certainly are. So we're playing today at Bergfleet High School, which is in the southern suburbs, close to Kai, down the road from Constantia, in the heart, very close to the wine farms. Glorious setting, nice backdrop of the mountain, and I think the Americans are enjoying Cape Town and what it has in its splendor. John Bell's got off to a good start. Other than the extra, he's certainly kept it down in his over so far. Mohammed moves to 8 and Taj is on 3. Both getting off to good starts, probably what they'd hoped for. Zim's obviously hoping for an early breakthrough. Field setting's quite aggressive. We've only got two outside the ring, being third man and fine leg. That is. No.
Maybe just swinging out wide of the stumps there, maybe. A little bit of late movement.
Get a good view here, but I think maybe going under.
Last to have seen that from the straight angle. We have got the TV just in front of us, but we're watching it from live just in front. They might actually do a replay for us, they've told us. Seeger getting his foot on it. Long way to get down with his stature.
Well, he should be. He's the youngest in the side. He just turned 40 all of 2 weeks ago, just before the tournament kicked off. But he's certainly been on the physio bench, hogging it as a youngster.
So here's that ball of Bellboys that we're going to have a good look at. Oh, no, it came back in a bit, I think, going down leg, would you say?
I'd say it's probably going under.
Yeah.
Unlucky there. I'm sure Sean Val will tell us all about it later.
Yep, and he'll consider it as plumb as you like, I'm sure.
So what we're seeing here is Pete Rink has actually changed ends. He's coming from the top end. He's probably playing with a little bit of the wind, actually bowling into the wind. So he just changed his end, bowled the one from the more southern end, and now he's changed it from the other side. Ooh, there we go, a bit of movement.
That's what he's looking for. I think that assistance from the wind and the ball, I think. Pete Rinky certainly has come in for some of us who haven't really seen much of him in the nets. He's been turning the ball both ways in the air. Nice smooth action. Joining us from being home based in the UK, so I'm guessing that's prevalent weather for the swing bowlers over there, and this will hopefully fit in quite nicely for him today.
So as part of the Zim contingent who are local, Raymond, what were your preparations like? And I'm local, and so is Bertie. But tell us a little bit about the preparation coming into the World Cup.
Look, I'm obviously.
He's thinking about it. There we go.
There we go.
You have to hold your thought there, Raymond, while we look at Zim celebrating. Good change of end there. I think Pete convinced Doug Morelia that this was the end for him, and it certainly paid off.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good wicket to get first up.
So Taj has gone out there.
Here we go with the instant replay, I believe.
Yeah, Taj 3 off his 11 balls, and here we go. Yeah, that looked as straight. Nothing much to contemplate there. Certainly all the celebrations that you can, from Trevor Gripper, very ecstatic, convinced the umpire too.
Mr. Farouk, I believe.
Farouk, here we go.
So yeah, just to answer you there, Marky, I know all the guys in Harare, they've certainly been getting into the nets that we've been fortunate enough to use at the Old Georgian Sports Ground, as well as the Hub. That's a new indoor center. Actually, Gary Brent holds a facility there. Bit of a different way of the ball bouncing in those nets. It's quite an aggressive bounce. But the guys have also then been doing their fitness sessions once a week, getting together.
Yep.
And yeah, someone like myself has been trying to get into Harare, because obviously I reside an hour out of Harare, an hour 10 minutes in a wonderful little town called Chigutu. So all those homeboys in Chigutu and home ladies, Judise, Murraitere. And yeah, I've also personally been just pushing as hard as I can in my own home nets that I built for my kids, concrete surface kind of thing. Thanks to Martin, my garden boy hand, my main guy who looks after the home while we're away. He's certainly built his right arm up over the last 2 or 3 weeks throwing balls. The guys are certainly a lot fitter than they were when we went down on the tour to Pretoria late last year in the Africa Cup. The guys are doing a lot less strapping than they were compared to the first and second day on that tour. So yeah, the guys are looking fit and strong and certainly up for it, Mark.
Yeah, good, Raymond. Good, nice to hear. Pete just went for it's just the leg by and that over, so we're keeping the Americans down, and the score is currently 15-1. Sean Bell coming in from the southern end again.
So today, Mark, we obviously, you, myself, Bertie and Robbo, we're sitting off for this one. The other guys that we've got in the field, obviously we've got the seam bowlers, Sean Bell.
Yeah, so yesterday we had a rest day. I think most of the guys saw some of the sights in Cape Town, but I think many had an opportunity to get onto the physio bench, got a bit fitter, had a rub down, and rearing to go for the next couple of days. Just the single there through the leg side, picked up by Kingsley Went. So as I was saying, today we're obviously playing the Americans, and then tomorrow's a double header at my local ground, Claremont Cricket Club, just a kilometre up the road, where South Africa are playing New Zealand and Zimbabwe's playing Namibia down on the bottom field. So it's poised for a wonderful day of cricket. Those who are listening, it'll be a great day out at Claremont Cricket Club. Wonderful facilities we have there with a restaurant and live band, and be a good day out, and hopefully some good cricket. So if you're in town, please pop down. Oh, well bowled, Sean.
Yeah, it's a good night.
Starting to hit his rhythm there, Raymond. What do you say? Sean's just got the single there so far.
Yeah, you know, the thing with Bobo, as soon as he gets into his rhythm and he gets his tail up, he'll start hitting those spots on a regular basis for sure. And certainly the last couple of balls that he's been bowling now, I can see even that little walk back, he's looking like he's got his confidence there, and I'm sure he's rearing to take it with both hands, eh, Mark? One a little bit wider.
Very, very good shot there from Farouk to get off the mark. He got off the mark with a boundary. The 6 balls he's faced, he's now found himself in a boundary and freed up his wrists, and there he went.
Mark, what I also see when what we saw from yesterday, which is quite nice, a lot of the school kids that are just wandering around, some of them watching, some of them chatting, but just having a bit of cricket to look upon while they either wait for their classes or have their breaks, which is always quite inspiring. We had a few guys yesterday that were in the nets behind us. Quite inspiring to watch some of these youngsters down here that were at a cricketing school playing some really good cricket.
Yeah, I think the whole veterans brand is is has done very well over the last couple of years. Over-40s has found its home, but it's also showed the school kids that their dads and their uncles and everyone that's over 40 can still play this game, can play hopefully competitively, and yeah, it's what a better way to come down to school cricket. At SAC's wonderful facilities. That school is, give me if I'm wrong, but I think it's close on 180, 190 years old, and the facilities there are amazing.
I think they said 195, I think it was. Could be wrong. But quite astounding that there are facilities that have been around for such a long time like that. Quite a pleasure to see it.
What a backdrop with that mountain in the back.
Yeah.
Not much different today at Berkfleet High School. It's a co-ed school, so we've got both boys and girls coming down during their break, starting to watch the game, and just as many girls as there are boys watching the game here. So it's encouraging to see.
Gents are just having a little huddle, a little chat there with Marilia, just trying to figure out the field placings.
It's like this. Although it needs to run on the water. It should be running with this on a better. Charlie? A couple of bottles of water. They're trying to move the side screen there, I think.
Yeah.
It's quite embedded. Where do you think you'd be moving it to, Raymond?
I'm not sure. It depends on the elevation of those side screens. I know some of the one side screen, I think that the guys are talking about at Western Province Cricket Club, they wanted it just a little bit higher. The ball was coming out of the green with some of the taller bowlers. But I don't know if they've actually managed to move it much. Oh. Quick single, going to the bowler's end.
Well fielded, Sean Bell.
Good fielding there by Mr. Sean Bell. Ran across from mid-wicket to pick it up almost at square leg, turn and throw at the bowler's end. Sean Bell definitely being one of our more athletic players on the team. He's the one who takes us for all the warm-ups in the morning and makes sure that we are all sweating profusely before the game starts and that we're all well stretched. Something very vital that we neglected a lot of, I think, in our junior years, and certainly need it in our seniors when it comes to stretching and getting ready to these games, or for these games.
Oh, see, well, Pete set a very strong offside field there with Dougie. Just the two on the leg.
One at mid-wicket, one at long on, and then the rest we've got one slip, short gully, backward a point, on point cover, and long off. It's great to see our Pete is actually going to be backing his bowling with the way he's bending it now. So, yeah, let's see what happens. Well, Sean Bell, as we were talking about earlier, he's been left on his own at the mid-wicket position. Hopefully he'll be able to cover the 40, 50 yards dash either way. I think it's also a good ploy just to try and entice the batsman to maybe try and work it on the leg side, maybe get a nick off it. There it goes. One down, fine leg. Neil Ferreira chases off to go and get it. The wicket keeper picks up, turns and throws. Mr. Kingsley went, picking it up nicely there. Good work there by Neil. He's very quick off the mark, I've noticed. As soon as something goes anywhere near where there's no fielders, the keeper gloves off and off he goes to go and collect. One a bit short, cut finally by the batsman there.
Oh, run away.
Run away for four, just backward a point. tell.
I think that's something that Zimbabwe are looking to do, is to cut down the extras, the wides, the no balls, the buys. I think that was probably our difference yesterday. Ooh, commentator's curse, sorry. Another wide down the leg side by Sean. I think that's something we're trying to limit today. Might come into play and make a difference. So we are 29 for 1, both Mohammed and Faruqa on 10 each. So already 1/3 of the runs are in extras. Oh, well done.
Yeah,
Sean Bell there. Sean Bell did well to get a hand to that. Stop any runs. I think it was an assured boundary, as mid on and mid off are spread quite wide. Would have split them down the middle there, I think.
oh,
We're seeing a similar start to how the Americans started against England. They came out with anticipating a few more runs early on, certainly while they can in the first 10 overs, trying to capitalize on it and see what's left, keep wickets in hand. Certainly come out with their guns blazing so far. What do you say, Raymond?
yeah, I think they're certainly going to try and make most of that fielding restrictions that they have for the first 15, I think it is. The Zim guys have obviously taken out the slips for Shawnee just to cover just a bit more. Shawnee going a bit wide again.
Just turning into a long over. We're looking at a 10 ball over already here. Four in extras, just the single off the bat. I think that's what we were talking about a little bit earlier on. Hey, Raymond, these are where the extras where we need to cut down and don't want to spend excess energy on having to bowl a ball again.
Yeah, and that's something that we've certainly been advised upon, that generally, if you're not feeling like you're hitting your rhythm or your lines, Dougie will most certainly switch you over, help you get your Bs back in order, and maybe bring you on a little bit later on. But yeah, we're certainly trying to, you just really got to try and poke as much as you can onto those. You just really got to try and poke as much as you can onto those wickets and just hit them.
Sieg's using his long legs there. Spider-Man legs there. He managed to get a foot to it and stop it going for almost an assured boundary. Unfortunately, there's another extra and a no ball. It's a free hit, and this could hurt Zim. So we've turned this already into an 11 ball over, unfortunately. And still one more to come.
Some full there by Barboy. Try and finish it off. Quite interestingly enough, I'm just looking at Neil Ferreira walking down the pitch, and I hear his father to the right of us with Mr. Seeger Senior. To oh, sorry, I was just we were just looking at something there, but yeah, we've got the Mr. Ferreira and Mr. Seeger Senior to the right of us watching the game, supporting, which is lovely to see. A lot of family members are down. Some of us are fortunate enough to have one or two family members that have managed to squeeze in an extra day or two. So thank you to those involved, if you know who we're talking about. And Pete Rinke gets one glided down to fine leg. Mr. Went picks it up, gets it into Neil.
Yeah, I think as we were very, very fortunate growing up that our parents certainly got involved and were at the side of every cricket game, any sporting game. Actually, I know for my mom was there all the time, and so were the Ferreiras. Many parents who really supported us all the way through our sport. So it was very, very lucky.
Good ball there by Pete Rinke there.
Oh, well.
Ending it in very nicely. Good line, good length. Very well played by Mr. Muhammad as well.
Yeah, talking of parents, I think Bertie's dad here, Darby, has joined the trip. He's a man of 80 and he's still got all his personality with him. It's wonderful to have him with us. Oh, driven through the covers there. And Muhammad picks up another boundary. Fairly effortlessly cover drive.
Yeah, it was a good looking shot that.
He moves to 15.
Waited nicely for that, it looked like. Got into it and just off it went. Nice timing of the ball.
Seem like a really nice bunch of guys, these Americans. From what brief little chat to them. Quite a few of them come from Texas. Not too familiar with how much cricket is being played in all the regions, but Texas seems to be a thriving cricket area at least.
Another good bit of cricket there, bit of respect from the batsman. Pete gets the ball in the right area, bending it back in. Nice to watch. Oh, he's dropped it short big. And the batsman's leapt on that. That's a good 10, 15, almost 20 yards beyond the boundary.
You can find that out of Meadow Shopping Centre, aisle 3.
That was very quickly picked up.
Big.
Yeah. I think that would have been a 6 on any field, Mark.
Yep.
Just slightly short there by Pete, I think, maybe, and very quickly picked up by Mr. Muhammad. Very quickly picked up.
It's a lovely, lovely deck. I think the facilities really are. We've been very fortunate to play on the grounds that we have so far in Cape Town. Oh, good comeback there, Pete.
That's a great comeback.
Just talking about the decks, I think veterans cricket and obviously the World Cup have invested quite a lot of money into not just improving the facilities, getting them ready for a tournament like this, but I think just putting it into cricket and seeing the worth of it post the World Cup. Hopefully Berkfield High School gets some games more than just this one international, because this deck is very worthy of getting more, who knows, provincial games here and there. Certainly from a schoolboy point of view, I think we're very fortunate to have these kind of facilities.
Absolutely. Considering the nick that they've stayed in, having just come out of I'm guessing, a short season of cricket, Mark, because don't know what the story is down here in Cape Town, how long they play their cricket for in the first term. I know certainly in Zim, it's only a first 4 or 5 weeks, and then it's into athletics and the cross country,
Yeah.
and into the rugby and hockey season.
Oh, full toss down the ground, being chased there by
Mr. Mark Nicol
Mark
picking it up.
Nicol. Cut it off just for the single. I think just focusing a bit on Mark Nicol there. I think he's bowled well coming into the tournament. Unfortunately, he hasn't bowled a ball in the tournament yet. I think he picked up 7 wickets, if I'm correct there, Raymond.
Yes, sir. We had a very
districts.
friendly game against the Mashonaland Country Districts. That was selected from a few of the games that have been played around in the district section. That's a good ball there by John Bally there. And yeah, they came in. You know, I think we can honestly say we won that game very convincingly against that very talented side, I would say, having seen them play in a few of the games and tournaments that we played in. But obviously with the Zim cricket as it is, certainly in the senior level being T20 cricket, Mashonaland Country Districts kind of came in batting like
all up the air.
Yeah, and the districts guys came in to bat to chase down. I can't even remember the score. It wasn't much, 165 odd that we put on a track that was doing quite a lot. And Mr. Nicol came in to bowl, and yeah, he got a full 7 for.
Yes, I think that's something that Mark's looking to do is have a go. You're going to see him turning his arm bowling today. I think he's a man to watch. He's got a good eye with the bat. He's certainly well prepared. Oh, nice cover drive.
Perfectly
Bell
balanced.
probably bowling it a bit too full outside the off stump, and perfect drivable length, and that's exactly what happened. Went for 4. I think the Americans are starting to get stuck into the bowling attack. Hopefully Zim can pull this back a bit. Mix it up a bit. There we go. Oh, another one in the air. Pushing for 2 as they come back quite easily. Arch Harley fielding it in the deep there. Coming through for 2 quite easily in the end. Now the close of that over, they moved to 58 for 1 off the 9. Farouk's on 13, and Mohammed's starting to get into a little trot at 31.
Off 27.
Just off the 27, yep. And we forget, at our age, we like playing a lot of T20 games, maybe 35 at max, and 45 overs becomes a very long day, and to be running close to a run on a ball, you've done well as a batsman in this format.
Yeah, and Mark, as you can see, the guys are just showing us the school kids that are slowly coming out on the sidelines there, watching the game, sitting down, obviously having chats between themselves, but every now and then peeking across at the cricket as the excitement happens.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see any waves here,
No,
Raymond.
but
I think,
not yet, buddy.
Look, we see Neil Ferreira's grabbed his helmet, and change of bowler. Seeger is Simon Seeger. Very tall chap who's definitely going to throw it above the side screen and give the batsman a bit of something to work with. He's bowled very well. I think in both innings he's used his full quota, or very close to. Slow things down. Oh, good start. So we've got 3 out of the ring at the moment. All sitting on the leg side. Oh, unfortunately. Big chase there from Mark. Picks it up on the boundary. And Farouk picks up 2, moving to 15.
Yeah, just so that the guys can actually see the field, if you can imagine, for those cricketers, We've got a short fine leg, come mid-wicket position with Marilia, and then we've got a deep backward of square, a Kyle, and a very deep long on. And then on the offside, we've got like a short third man in Arch Harley, backward of point, Mr. Nicol, coming into covers there, Mr. Rennie, and then at long off is Mr. Pete Rinky. Bit of drift there by Mr. Seeger, it looks like, eh? Bit of movement in the air.
Yeah, I think it's bowling into the wind. I think that'll probably make it wobble a bit, that's for sure.
So, what's also quite interesting is the involvement that we've certainly seen from the countries that we don't normally see in these parts, the likes of Canada and the USA. To our left here, we have the USA that are actually interviewing some of the younger boys that are, I'm guessing, predominantly cricketers, and one of the gentlemen with all the badges all the way down his blazer. So either a head boy or one of the prominent cricketers from the school. So lovely to see the interaction that even these youngsters are getting a bit of exposure to the guys that are over in the States and Canada, and who knows what's to come for them in the future. So another change of bowling, Mr. Arthur Harley, Arch, or Sid as we tend to call him every now and then. There's a few nicknames that have been picked up on this tour very quickly with the group of guys that we've got in the Zim side. Always a very entertaining group of guys that are very quick to cut each other down and keep us in our boots. So it's a very humbling side to play with and great fun, to say none the least. Oh, good little area there by Arch first up. That's always a good sign for us. When Arch starts strong, he normally carries it on through. So that's a really good ball first up from Arch.
Well, a quick single to Arch Harley there. I started off quite well, just a single off his fourth ball. You think that could be the answer today, Raymond? Slow it down.
I think so, but yeah, I mean, look, the thing is, I think if we're hitting a good length and a good line, even with the seamers, I think anywhere on these pitches, we've noticed if you're hitting that good line, good length, most of the batsmen are paying you the respect and saying just come back and bowl the next one. And if you can keep those on the trot, was fortunate enough to get a maiden yesterday. I'm not sure if I got two, but I certainly know I got one against a lefty for the Canadian side, and I just noticed that anything that was on the line, on the length, they just sent you back for the next one. There we go.
I think the pitches in the southern suburbs are a little bit slower, bit of quite low and slow. It'll turn in the morning, but they don't give you much to work with in the afternoon, that's for sure. I think that could be the answer, especially with the wind coming into play.
Yeah.
The likes of Arch, the likes of Gavin Rainey, Simon Seeger, Dougie if he comes back on a little bit later. And who knows, still saving Mark Nicol, although he's a seam bowler. Don't think he's been given the opportunity to show his wear yet.
Yeah, I do think that if he got given the opportunity and he hit the right lines and lengths that he normally does, I think he'd be quite a difficult bowler to face. We just got to wait for that moment to happen, I guess.
Well, they just unfortunately, some of the school kids who don't know the game of cricket, just spending their break time on the side, enjoying their lunch, don't know all the rules, and of course, walking from the side screen. Oh, there goes another four, a lofted drive. Slash cut, gone for four. And Mohammed moves to 32. I beg your pardon there, Mohammed moved to 36. Off 32 balls, so he's running more than a runner ball.
Well, I think maybe a little overstep there, is it?
No ball.
Was he bowling from outside the... What was that? No.
Yeah. Next step. Outside the line, maybe. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, that's a big shot. That's a six. That's cleared the boundary, cleared the road, the entire road, and gone into the library park. Oof, that would be six on any field. Oh, probably excess of 100 meters. It's going to be a while to get that ball back. Even the fire brigade is driving past there in the distance.
That's the four that went up over the top.
Asking a few passers by there to grab the ball. So Raymond, maybe we will be taking a little bit of break from cricket there. You certainly one of the members of the team who can speak local language in Zim, which is not not known to everybody. But
Yeah,
you
but I'm
brought
one
your
of those
son.
guys that tries as hard as he can, having spent a good amount of time, over a decade, away from home. I left Shonaland to venture down to Esgodini Falcon College, where we were taught in Ndebele, and that certainly put a cat amongst the pigeons. Having come back from being overseas for a while, trying to get back into it, learning the language, relearning it, so to speak. So I'm not chopping and changing from Shona to Ndebele. Um, but yeah, I'm certainly keen on trying to make sure that my children are growing up to learn the language. I believe it's vitally important that if English is the most spoken language in Zimbabwe, I think everyone needs to be able to speak the home language as well, which is very, very important. So we do push it a lot on our kids, which is great to see Charlie, who is with us here, chatting with the likes of Robbo, who we're sharing a room with, and listening to them tawara, as everyone back home would know what we're talking about.
Another lofted drive for 4.
Yeah, and what's interesting as well, Mark, you bring that up. I think there's a few silent assassins that I don't think really anyone knows about. Mr. Simon Seeger, he is very fluent in the language. In fact, I think he even writes it. So I would step humbly back from his abilities. And believe it or not, Mr. Gavin Rennie broke it out yesterday when we were meeting a couple of Zim guys who are working down here, doing what they're doing. And yeah, it's been very entertaining. It was also wonderful, the opening ceremony, being able to have a chat with a few other local Zimbos that are down here supporting us, and excited just to see the Zim flag walking through the waterfront, really, and having a good old dance and a dindindi.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely. Touch on that again just now.
yep.
Oh,
Oh,
and
short and
unfortunately, our Charlie there. I think anything straight and short is going to be pulled, and I think he was.
yeah, I think we're seeing here, Mark, anything slightly short is just sitting nicely and off it goes, huh?
Don't have the protection. Starting to build quite a solid partnership here, Farouk and Mohammed. Mohammed is on 46, so he's just shy of his 50, and Farouk still facing. Very similar ball, and down the leg, unfortunately, another boundary picked up. As the USA move to 90 for 1. 86. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon, still 86.
Yeah, Arch is certainly one of those bowlers. When he gets it right, you don't want to be going back at all to him.
Better length, eh?
Yeah.
Looks like a really good batting wicket. I can see that. Yeah, he's got on the wicket. Looks like good. Only back against the batsman. So that's unfortunately down the score.
Oh, Charlie there drifting just slightly down leg there with Neil Ferreira, managing to be able to stop it and palmed off.
I think so. The ball in.
The ball. As Arch wraps up is over.
Now, I did see Mr. Rennie doing his exercises. I think he's the gentleman with the ball now. I'm pretty sure we'll see what happens. He has got the ball in hand. Mr. Gavin Rennie coming with years of experience, both with the bat and the ball at an international level.
Yeah,
Very-
fondly known back home as Lobles. I think all those that are from the cricketing circles. His nickname is Lobles. Why do you think that is, Raymond?
Do I have to be the one that has to put it on the airways, do I? I don't know the full story, but I
He's
believe,
affectionately known as Lobles.
yeah.
Very Zimbabwean thing. Everyone has a nickname.
Yep. As I was saying earlier, everyone gets a nickname quite quickly, and once they stick, they stick. Gav came on for, I think it was 3 overs at the end of our innings yesterday, and I thought he bowled particularly well.
Oh, unfortunately, there's a no
No
ball.
ball.
We've Zimbabwe have
Too many on the outfield, is it?
too many in the outfield. One's got to come back into the ring, and unfortunately, we've started with that no ball. Unfortunately, and it's a free hit. Too many on the offside, or yeah. One's got to come across. Dougie's coming across from the leg side to the offside. Ooh.
And he's picked that up into Kingsley Went's hands, who's
No, but
picked it
it's-
up nicely.
but
But
that's
it
a
is a free hit.
free hit.
But it is a free hit.
I think Zimbabweans are getting very excited. Unfortunately, it doesn't count for much.
Nope.
With Kingsley, the guy who took it, and Gav were mildly happy that they eventually going to get rid of a batsman, but unfortunately, it was a free hit. Oh, potentially coming back with 2 and sent back.
I think that's the 50 up there. Someone following the scoreboard instead of our score, we're not sure here. The scoreboard is saying 50, and the online link, we're just going to catch up and see what's happening here.
I'm looking for a single player. So a captain of you should learn commissioner what job?
Oh, diving catch by
Ball
Sean
dropping
Bell.
short, and there's a
Bit of
big
chaos
throw in.
going on here. Sean Bell dived.
No, it's Trenchy, eh?
Oh, Trenchy, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, Trenchy
Ooh.
diving.
Hopefully he hasn't hurt himself there. Did very well to get a hand to that.
Yeah.
Picked it up and had a shy at the stumps and sent the batsman back to his
Quite
crease.
interestingly enough, Trenchy tore his bicep muscle on that trip we just had, and he's recovered very well considering that throw-in that he did at the bowler's end. He's certainly a very healthy chap, in good shape, and obviously recovered very quickly from a torn bicep. So we have a change of bowler, Mr. Corkin. Austin Corkin coming in. he'll be very happy to be having a bowl. And he's one of our opening batsmen who will hopefully be getting a crack at the opening position today. But certainly no slouch with the ball and should be able to hopefully hit spots, and maybe he can do the breakthrough here. Mark, what do you think?
Well, I mean, Austin Corkin, although he hasn't bowled too many overs for the team so far, I mean, certainly capable. And let's just slow it down. It worked for Bertie yesterday. Bertie Erasmus, he picked up 2 wickets.
Oh,
Probably not the way he wanted to start, though.
no, probably not. See, they're recovering quite nicely, getting one on the line. There we go.
After drive, making easy pickings of that. Of course, he just has to find his right area, get some rhythm going, and he might make the difference.
So that's 100 up for the team from USA. Mr. Mohammed on 57 of 45, and Mr. Farouk 24 of 35. So he's also starting to pick up his run rate a bit. American batsman just slowly picking away singles here as well.
It's time for drink. Yeah, it's good.
That was what one.
Welcome back, everyone. After I think what Zimbabwe were hoping for, just a bit of a drinks break, chance to reset. Hopefully that makes the change. Pick up a wicket, slow it down, and get a breakthrough here. This partnership is starting to build, and hopefully in the next session we have less extras. And, I think that might make the difference here. All in the right areas too. Only starts the charge there. No runs. Good start by Gavin. Gavin Rainey here on his enters fourth ball. You have to pick up all dot balls. Just the single. Sweeper comes up into the line to cover defense. Does Went. Yes, really is a good start from Gavin. Just the single off the 5 balls.
Oh,
Oh, one of the best overs we've seen so far. Just the single. Good start there from Gavin. After the drinks break. As the USA are 102 for 1 off the 16. Mohammed on 57 and Farouk on 26. Mohammed still going more than a run a ball. Just faced the 47 balls. Sitting on 57.
Arch Holly looks like he's coming back on to bowl.
Yes. That ball. Single down to Steven Trenchard. Brings Mohammed back on strike. Getting a bit more turn and bounce there from Arch. What a good over there from Arch.
Oh,
Just
nice.
going off the 2 singles, just going for 2. Those Arch's figures are, I think he's just gone for 12 runs of his 3 overs. So if he can work with Gavin from the other end and try and strap down the Americans for a bit. Good over from Arch.
Some good words spoken by Gav at the little huddle at the drinks break there. He's obviously leading the way now. Boys' tempo's picked up. Energy's up.
Unfortunately, Mark Nicol doing a very good job to get his hand to the ball. Unfortunately, it just trickles over the boundary. America pick up another boundary to Mohammed as he moves to 58. Or 62 at least. I'm a little bit behind here.
The ball just going wide of Hutch Harley there.
Similar
Oh,
shot,
and
exactly the same shot,
just over Arch as well.
and gets another boundary. Almost identical.
There.
Opportunity. Oh, Pete Rinku trying to cut it off more than trying to take the catch. Fortunately, ball falling a little bit short of him as it moves to another boundary. Just the single brings Farouk back on strike. I'm sure that was intentional, so Mohammed can face the next over with just the last ball to move. Oh. Thirteen off the over. Little moves to 117 for 1. Raymond, with the inaugural World Cup that we're in at the moment, you see happening with 40s plus cricket? I think it'll go from strength to strength and give people the opportunity to stay in the game, knowing that there is the opportunity to play for your country when maybe they would have moved to another sport like golf in your mid 30s. What do you think?
Yeah, Mark, I can only take from this the responses we've got, certainly from the guys that are in their 30s, mid-30s, late 30s, that are back home and do play the social league cricket that we play. And yeah, one or two of the guys that I know of have actually joined the more younger first league cricket arena, try and get back into their game. There's talk about making the social league a bit, keeping it social, but still trying to make it a bit more serious than it has been. You know, 4 runs hit there.
Yeah, I think it'll go from strength to strength. I know for Bertie Erasmus and myself, we play for Claremont Cricket Club, and we're in a, I'd like to think, quite a competitive side. We play T20s on Wednesdays in the Veterans League at the moment, which Claremont's in a semi-final, which next Wednesday. But it's given a home for cricket that if you're 40 plus and you still want to play competitive cricket, yes, it's in the form of a T20 or even on Sunday league. But I think you'll find people staying in the game a lot longer, knowing that there's 40s cricket in the 40s World Cup. There's now 50s, and there's obviously the 60s as well. So
absolutely,
you can play your game for until you're forced to retire. But I think world cricket, this has done wonders for it. Knowing you can still play competitive, knowing you want to still play competitive, and I think it'll go from strength to strength. Oh, well, Mark cut it off. Oh, he's done well. It's Mark Nicol to cut that off just for the single.
Yeah, Mark, and obviously it's big thanks to all those guys that have organized this, through all the channels from the 60s down to the 50s, and then obviously now starting with the 40s. I can only imagine what it takes to get something like this off the ground, and long may it last. And we're very thankful for the opportunities, and like I said, the younger guys in Zim who are contemplating carrying on through their cricket, they certainly, the cricket vibes certainly picked up back home from this 40s thing and the feedback we've been giving guys.
Yeah, I think it'll be a good opportunity for sponsors to get involved. I mean, I know this is televised, and I think you'll get more and more games outside of World Cups being televised through one of the sponsors being Pitch Vision, and what they've done is brought this into the homes of family and friends worldwide, and it's a wonderful opportunity.
Yeah, it's really great what these Pitch Vision guys have done. It's we've got 3 of them sitting to our right, moving backwards and forwards, going to the replay.
Oh, there's a catch opportunity.
Oh, he's dropped it.
Hey, unfortunately, Charlie couldn't hold on to it, but he did very well to get a hand to it.
Yeah.
Perfectly positioned there.
Yeah, Mark, and from what I've noticed, it could just be from today, but I'm seeing more replays on shots and things like that, and just, bringing that professional edge to the televised system, being online for everyone to watch and see. And I know family and friends at home, even in our little town in Chiguta, I got word from the missus saying that we had some people that didn't really know too much about the cricket, but got really excited with our game against Canada and screaming at the TV. So
get out of here, Raymond. Do you have Wi-Fi in Chiguta?
Yeah, we do indeed. Thank you very much. There's still some things that are working. Yeah, but it just, like you say, I think a big thing is the sponsors as well, because most of us have had to fund ourselves to get out here, which is, obviously shows the passion that the guys have to get out here and compete at this level and be a part of such a wonderful tournament. But moving down the road, it would be nice to get some of the more grassroots guys that may not have the facilities to do so, the inspiration to know that they could be covered with sponsors and things like that. And certainly this the televised aspect of it certainly would help.
Yeah, for sure. You're back to the cricket there.
Yeah.
Charlie bowling a second ball. Mohammed on 75 and Farouk on 33. 127 for 1 off 20.2 overs.
Oh, it's dropping one a bit. That grips.
Yeah.
Gripper, one of the older guys in our team, still with a bit of a cannon on him. Certainly saw one yesterday, or the day before yesterday in our game. Yeah, he bolted one in from the boundary. I was like, whoa, he's still got some tendons that are still attached.
I'm glad you clarified what you meant by a cannon there.
Yeah, no, not on this one.
Fortunately, going for 4.
I was bowling that a bit full.
As America moved to 132 for 1. Hard, flat field. It's going to run away for 4 every time through the gap. One ball to go. 6 off the over so far. Last wraps up was over. Fortunately, going maybe 10 off the over there. Got to try and cut down a few boundaries. Probably make the difference in the last 20 odd overs. Raymond, what do you say?
Yeah. And the guys out there just talking about the batter, the wicket being quite nice for the batting. Just got to keep working at it and let the batsmen get out. Get themselves out at least. Dougie coming back on.
Oh, bowled. The way that Dougie's bowling at the moment, he's trying to utilize your long on and long off. I think hoping letting Farouk, he's trying to free his arms a bit here. Punches it down the ground just for a single. Bowled.
We're certainly seeing those balls that are a lot fuller being not as easy to put away. Dougie just working that.
Austin Corkin cuts off just for 1, looking to come back for 2, but he was onto it. Turning into a good over, just 3 from the 5 balls at the moment. See how he can finish his over. Single to count, 1 ball. Four off the over. So the USA moved to 140 for 1 after the 22 overs.
Here we go. The man we've been talking about and the man we've actually been waiting for. I believe it's Mr. Mark Nicol has been handed the ball.
He's also been a character on tour, hasn't he? He's
Yeah,
done
he
very
has,
well,
absolutely.
blending with the locals. You know, in the opening ceremony, he was very good in going to all the waiters and waitrons in the waterfront and handing over his blazer and his cap to anyone that wanted a picture as a Zimbabwean. Very proud nation and having to come to South Africa to work. Mark identified that and got the locals involved and won the hearts of many in the waterfront, did Mark. There he goes. First ball on tour. Very happy to bowl. Probably shortened his run up by a good 6 or 7 strides from what
Yeah,
he normally
yeah,
would
he
do, but I
has.
think that might have been a message from the skipper to say just get it up there in the block hole and cut down some runs. I think that's what he'd be looking to do here.
I think also you might see Marky heel ball maybe his first over or so off that short run up, and if he's feeling his rhythm, he might extend it a bit. Guess time will tell on that one.
Huh?
It's gone up between the two. Mr. Went coming round. Is it Went or?
Yep.
Yeah.
Kingsley cut that off. Did well. Actually ended up just with a single. Put it in the air. So Mohammed moves to 79. Brings Farouk back on to strike. Ooh, bit wayward down the leg. Will definitely be a wide. Good ball to come back with there. And 44 for 123. Mohammed's closing in, trying to line up his century. He's on 79, and I think Zim will do all that they can to stop that. What do you think the umpires are talking about there, right?
I'm not too sure.
Possibly lunch orders or maybe. I know that if you're going off for the 12th, you're only allowed to do that in multiples in 5. So I think that could be it. Being going into the 24th over, he might have to wait 2 overs before he's allowed to go off, and Stephen Trenchard, and allow the 12th man to come in. I think that might have been the conversation. So in this World Cup, in this format, we're allowed to bring 12 people into the game, and the 12th man is rolling, so he can come on, he can bowl. Obviously, he can't bat, so you can use 12 people in the day, and you can use them to a little bit more effective than what you would normally do for a 12th man. So we should be rolling fielders on and off, get some physio, get some time off, get your feet up, and allow you to go back on. You just can't be off for more than 9 overs without penalties being imposed. Ball Douglas cut off there by Simon Seager, no runs. Oh, could be quite interesting there.
A little shake of the head from the umpire.
No, what do you think? Maybe going down leg, not doing enough. Ball's an awkward length, and that's what's good about Dougie. Oh, they pull off a single. They do. Down for the strike, which is probably what Mohammed was looking for in the end. Face the next over from a batting perspective. Mark Nicol lining up a second over here. See if he takes a couple of strides back. Glorious day here in Cape Town. Bit of wind. But I'm one of those lucky people who live in Cape Town who get to look at the mountain every day. Oh, fortunately, it starts off with a wide. As far as cities go, Cape Town is one of the best.
Yeah, Mark pushing that one a little bit wide. Guessing just trying to compensate for the first ball wide that went down leg, pushing a bit too far on the off, and the batsman obviously freeing his arms on that one and squeezing it between gully and backward a point.
As Mohammed moves to 84.
Get it up there, boys. Get it up there. Get it very forward. Come on.
Inside edge there.
Probably a little bit of bat, eh? Oh, Raymond's just left the commentary box. There's a potential he might have to be asked to go and field. So the 12 men that were named for today, well, it seems like there's also another injury. So maybe the 13th, I think, or one of the extras is allowed to go on and field. So I think that's what Raymond might be asked to do. Unfortunately, you just got yours truly here at the moment. Oh, I think just had a word to one of our sponsors, Pitch Vision, and Obviously, this is running through YouTube link. If you, any of those viewers out there who'd like to send a comment in, please do so. Perhaps let us know who you're watching. Let us know who you, if you're a family member, let us know who you're proud of, and happy to give you a little shout out here. Oh, little scoop over there for just a single. So one of the comments is asking who actually won the toss, and Zimbabwe won the toss and elected to field, trying to get it maybe a little bit of moisture out. It was in the pitch there, trying to utilize it. Not sure, but anyway, Zimbabwe elected to bowl. Punch just in front of square there for the single. So Mohammed moves to 87, eh? Oh, bit of late swing there. That's more like it. Mark Nicol. So coming off his short and run up. In the air. Oh, no one's out there. Pete Rink is trying to cut it off. She does quite successfully. It doesn't actually, ends up stopping dead, and they just pick up the two. Good over from Mark, just the three off the over. I don't think his teammates have noticed, but Farouk is 50 up, apparently. We're a little bit looking a little bit behind here with the internet. So Farouk moves to, he's on 50, and he gets that off his, what I think is 67 or 68 balls. Played a good solid innings and a supportive partnership with Mohammed, who's on 85. Oh, up in the air. Kingsley went on the deep, picks it up, does well. Well, his teammates eventually realized he got 50. Well batted, Farouk. Good shot off his legs in the deep. Oh, Charlie picks it up. Single to end the over. Just 5 off the over. Mark Nicol starts. It's third over. Oh, big shot through the covers. Oh, Charlie trying to chase it off. Does he do? Oh, he gets a hand to it. Rolling dive over. Does well. Back to his feet. Did very well to stop that. Oh, is an extra an overthrow? Unfortunately, not backing up and probably not what Zimbabwe wanted to be. Leaking 3 runs there, unfortunately. Trevor Gripper stopping that just back with a point. Wrapping up the over. 171 for 1 for 29 overs. 16 to go. Mohammed on strikes on 94. Dougie enticing him there to have a go. Just picks up the single. Being cool, calm, and collected. Doesn't give any chances so far. There's Mohammed as he moves to 95. Off his legs in the deep, down to Trevor Gripper. Single picked up there. Oh, got something fine on there and it's going to run away. Trying to get chased off. Oh, well done, Raymond. Fellow commentator has turned fielder and he cut it off. Fresh legs on the field. Maybe that'll make the difference. Did very well. Got away with that. Raymond is raring to go at any opportunity to put the boots on, so I'm sure he's very excited to be in the field, contributing where he can. Dougie wraps up his over, up in the air. Oh, Charlie's underneath it, solid hands, and finally a wicket. Finally a wicket. Mohammed. Yes. Bittersweet for Mohammed. Mm. Wow, what an innings he's played. Although just shy of his century, did pick up 97 runs, was 3 short of his 100. He'll be quite upset that he didn't get it across the line, but wow, what a fabulous innings of 97. Contributed significantly to his putting his team into a good position. Unfortunately, just a few short on 97. Not sure how he's done in the tournament so far, but he played a very, very good innings. Taking every bowler to the boundary. I'd like to see what his wagon wheel looks like. Strain what seam he's got there. Yeah. Jamie's looking a bit of pain there. I'm not sure what that's going to mean for him, but hopefully it doesn't mean too much for Farouk. Zim are always full of smiles, so it's not difficult to see that they are still enjoying themselves. Opportunity as a gathering to get together, play some good cricket, and they look to change this game around. It's an opportunity to thank our sponsors again. Everyone's done very well, from contributing product, doing their product or service or whatever they can to help out. And Pitch Vision has brought this to you, which has been wonderful for family and friends and cricketing fanatics around the world to follow this World Cup. And SM Cricket, as well as Vita 24, who have supplied some drinks to us, some electrolyte drinks. Of course, there are many other sponsors that Sasonki have done their bit in helping. Yeah. Yep. So we're 2/3 of the way through the game, 30 overs. Just the 15 to go. And as we look at people who are playing there today, team on the field, with Dougie Morelia being the captain, Trevor Gripper, and those two are well known to cricketing circles as they've applied their trade for the national team. Austin Corkin, left-hand bat. I think he might be coming up the order. Kingsley Went, who's from the UK, lives in the UK. You might see him batting 3 or 4. Stephen Trenchard, good pinch hitter. Gavin Rennie is also well known from national cricket perspective. Played many games for the country, and he still looks like he could do the same. Charlie, who yet he did very well yesterday against Canada, getting us close, but we fell too short right at the end there. As we all look to take the field again, looks like Mark is gonna get us off again. Mark Nicol. Talking of instrumental people, though, here in Cape Town, Roger Molt, who's done all things on the ground to get this tournament underway, from things behind the scenes. He's been he's instrumental in more ways than one, and what a character. Very unassuming, and happy to be there, happy to watch, happy to facilitate. And Roger has done very, very well in putting this together, along with all his team, people in our team liaison being Jared. And each team does have their own liaison officer who runs around making sure that we're all hydrated, everyone's in the right places, buses are being picking us up. There's a lot of people behind the scenes who we've got to thank. Oh, good bit of energy. Looks like Farouk's taking over, leading the charge, and Desai has joined him now. Little wide chaser, he gets away with it, and it's gone for 4. I think it certainly would have been wide had he left it, but he capitalized on that opportunity. Full and wide, and short and wide at least. He got punished for it. Went through for 4. Actually, our 13th man has come into play as well. Mark Nicol shouting for LBW off that full toss, but I think it was a bit wayward. Well done. Well done, our skipper, diving to stop that almost certain boundary. Oh, I think that might be wide. On down leg. He's trying to get it in the block hole, and he's pushed it a little bit far down leg. Fortunately, he's given that extra that we're trying to avoid. And another boundary goes a miss, unfortunately. That wraps up the over. And Desai is about to face his first delivery. Let's see what he can do. Punished through the gap there. Another lefty. Left-handed batsman, Desai. I think Doug Morelia is going to see what he can do here. New batsman, new opportunity, changing the field slightly. Kyle comes into play. Seeger moved into Kyle, and 3 on the deep. He's going to come around, what it looks like. Yep. Keeps him in his crease. Very lucky. Probably would have had to give away an extra down leg there for wide, but would be lucky that the batsman got in the way. Didn't do much with it. New batsman, he's got a few nerves going, clearly. See if Zim can deal with that. Douglas picking up 3 dot balls. Unfortunately going wide. Oh, coming back for 2. And they get away with it. Sai gets off the mark with 2. There's that man Raymond again. Get it off. Runs. Yeah, so Douglas did well there. It's the 2 runs and obviously the extra. Yeah. Raymond's done his job. Ripper comes back onto the field. Had a little bit of physio by Jamie, who's done a wonderful job for us as our team physio. Operates out of Rondebosch School. Highly, highly, highly recommend him as a physio. Certainly, we've got our money's worth out of him. I think anyone has been spared on Jamie's bench. Everyone's had a little niggle here and there, which he seems to have fixed for everybody. He's done well. Gavin Rennie comes back into the attack. And it's Mark Nichols been replaced by Gavin Rennie. Ooh. Unfortunately, gone for 4. Farouk trying to reverse sweep that. Didn't quite work out. Farouk starting to play inventive shots too. Confidence is probably at an all-time high. Oh, just over Dougie. Goes for 4. Gets under it. Farouk moves to 72. Oh, there's more. Oh, there's more. Some of these comments here have see, my brother is online from San Diego. He's watching at 2 o'clock in the morning. Proud Zimbabwean supporter. Shout out to Bernard in San Diego. Fazal Alam saying, obviously, good friend of his, being with Mohammed, didn't miss out on his 100, but yeah, he came very close. Okay, Douglas comes back into the attack. Oh, oh, maybe get a replay and let's see what happened there. Austin Corkin. Fortunately, didn't get to see the impact there on the wickets, but Austin Corkin did very well. Trying to chase 2 down to Pete Rink in the deep there. He's got a good arm over the top, well fielded. If you got any questions on the comments, please fire them through. Now you can see our live chat is starting to work now. Oh, I've got Mohammed Karim saying, by the way, Zishan is my brother. So seem very proud of what his brother did today. Just shy of 100. Watching in the middle of the night, I'm sure, as well. Decide trying to free his arms early up. Obviously been sent with a message to get on with it. Got lots of wickets in hand over America, USA. 12 overs left. I think we're going to see a few shots being played over the top from here on. Farouk's not calling for gloves, but I think he's calling for pads. Maybe his lightweight pads, his running pads. 201 for 2 off 34 overs. Gavin Rennie comes back from the southern end. Oh, that is low and a wicket. I don't think any doubts on that. Looked like that was on his back foot as he got down on one knee. Not much trouble for the umpire to think too hard. That was almost going under. Gavin Rennie loves to compete, gets very excited, and well-deserved wicket. So that's Farouk out for 74. He's done very, very well. With Mohammed, they built a very strong partnership, and of which both of them, unfortunately, for America off the field. Now back in the hut, and we've 74. So we've got fairly two new batsmen here, of which Desai's already taken the opportunity to get some physio. Not sure, that might have been from a previous game, but I don't think he's troubled himself too much in the last over that he's been here. Right. Is that his surname? Okay, so Amit Sood comes to the crease, number 7, cleaning up his crease. See what he can do. Ooh. Did he get some bat on that? No, he didn't. It was a leg by. So Sood didn't get off the mark there. Desai comes back. Yes, you're right. It shows here's. Pitch Vision have really thrown their resources behind these games. I mean, this is just one of many games being played today, and there's 5 people from Pitch Vision here, just making sure that we're able to bring this live coverage to you. So there's a lot of people behind the scenes making these things work here. As Gavin Rennie bowled another dot ball. Done very well this over so far. Just a single. Brings on the new man, Sood. He's also looking to get on with things from the start. Picks up his first run. At the end of the over, he'll stay on strike. So Simon Seeger replaces Douglas Morelia, who's bowled his full quota of his 9. So Simon Seeger's bowling. I wanted to see. Just in some of the other games that are happening at the moment, UAE's they're playing South Africa. South Africa are on 179 for 5 after their 33 overs, with Yako Castle just coming to the crease and Jones being on 24. So South Africa moving things on there from here on. Seeger comes. Got one more ball left. Oh, good shot. Well done and well fielded in the deep there by Stephen Trenchard. Stopped the boundary, almost certain boundary. Was 5 off the over there. So Canada, who we played yesterday, are on 131 for 6 after 36. And Kumar, man from yesterday, is on 64. So I think they would be okay with where they are right now against one of the favourites, being Australia. As Gavin Rennie bowls a short ball there and gets punished, unfortunately, by Desai, who moves on to 10. Similar shot, but stopped there on Austin Corkin. And in another game there, you've got New Zealand versus Sri Lanka, and New Zealand are 195 for 2 of 30 overs. Just the 30 overs being bowled there so far.
Yeah. So I've been welcome to Kresh, who's the American team manager. He's joined me in the commentary box to do a little bit of a stint. So Kresh, tell us about your batsman. Tell us a little bit about Mohammed, who did very, very well, and he got to 97, and obviously Farouk had a wonderful partnership. How have they done so far in the tournament?
Not as well as we would have expected. Thank you, Mark, for having me. Farouk is he's a captain of the side, and he in his past has represented Pakistan under 19, and he's a first class cricketer from there. So very experienced, and as you saw, his batting, his approach, he's very cautious, and to begin with, and then has all the range of strokes that was on display over here. Zishan, in contrast, is an aggressive player, and unlucky to miss his century there, but has put the team in a good position. As far as these two at the crease go, the right-hander is Amit Sood, former Ranji player from India, and Jignesh Desai, who has a nickname, we call him Jiggy fondly. He has represented the United States. That's his history.
Okay. So can you tell us a little bit about the players, where they're from? I got to meet a couple that saying they're from Texas, but tell us about cricket in the USA. It's not very well known on the world stage, but tell us. You can see obviously a
Yeah.
lot of people coming outside of USA. Tell us a little bit.
Yeah, in the United States, it's a sport that is still predominantly played by immigrant, players. First and then the second generation or the first generation is now starting to pick up the kids, but the locals, it's going to take a little bit of time for mass adoption. Because I was looking at this at a high school, you have such wonderful facilities, and I was talking to the captain of this school team and the coach, and how lucky they are to have this amazing field right in front of the school and facilities to do nets and other things. The infrastructure is starting to build up in the United States, especially with the Major League coming to the United States last year. Dallas has a new stadium. It's a cricketing hub.
Oh, he's bowled. He unfortunately, I'm not sure if he stepped up on his wicket there, or it just took the bail off right at the end. But fortunately, I think that's the end of Desai. Quite, you could see a replay. I think that might help us.
I think it was stumped.
Was he stumped? Quick hands from Neil Ferreira there. Very neat, just to dislodge the one bail. Yep. Neil Ferreira very confident in his appeal. I don't even think Desai knew why he was out there. But yes, stumped. So tell us, Roshan, who's around, or are you more centralized in terms of where your
Yeah,
team come from?
that, and also, the weather is it's right now winter in the United States.
Oh, step back on that. Did well to keep Arch Harley from.
Dallas, which is in the north of Texas, is a little bit better than the other areas, like Boston, that can get cold. I live in Omaha, Nebraska, which is cold. Um, Others from California, and so they're all over the states. The players have, however, been very committed. WhatsApp group that we post all of our fitness exercises, and then we had a yo-yo test to establish a baseline, and then work from there to improve our fitness, reduce our weight. Some facilities are available in certain areas, like Dallas is, like I said, but it's mostly indoor. So there is a bit of a lack of practice on the turf wicket, which was evident in the university performances that we had against Australia in our first game and against England on Tuesday.
Okay.
We did definitely improve. We kept England from getting a massive total against us on a smaller ground compared to what we did with Australia, which Claremont was a fairly big.
Yeah.
And you're seeing now that that's changed a little bit more, a lot more confidence, and
As you come
the,
together as a team. Yeah.
yeah, and the score speaks for itself. So
Yeah.
hopefully we can. It's tough to call the shots here, but the pitch seems to be a bit slow on the slower side.
Ooh, an inventive shot. Gets away with it and runs away, picking up at least two. Dougie Murillo finds it on the deep. I think Arch Harley bowled one of the better overs we've seen so far. He picked up a wicket and he just went for the one run. I think that's what Zimbabwe are trying to do right now, is to limit the runs as best as possible. More dot balls, string them together as we come into the last 7 overs of the game. Gavin Rennie back in the attack. Good running between the wickets from the USA there.
So we didn't have to wait too long to see Vinny bring his cheeky nature out. But I have a question for you, Mark. What's Zimbabwe's preparation been like?
So much like what you're saying, there's a core that are actually in Zimbabwe. A good 11 out of the 16 are in Zimbabwe, and played a lot of cricket, or try to play as much cricket as a team against different provincial sides and schoolboy sides as part of their preparation. I'm one of the team members that's outside of the country. I'm here in Cape Town. I actually live just a kilometre down the road. I play for a side called Claremont Cricket Club, along with Bertus Erasmus. So 5 of us are from outside of the country. But much like you, I think playing as a unit, our first game against England was our first game playing as all together. So I think that's the beauty, or where we are at this age. We don't have pre-camps. I'm not sure how many of the sides had a pre-camp, but we were very lucky to join the Africa tournament, which was in late November, where South Africa and Namibia, together with a South African A side, so the 4 sides competed. And although we have a few new members, it was certainly good to see the standard of cricket that where we are, or where we're not, at least. Oh, another boundary. Kingsley went, tried to cut it off. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get to it. But
So do you have similar infrastructure facilities in the schools back in Zimbabwe?
yeah, I think we're one of those countries, very, very fortunate. I think look, we being a British colony many years ago, we very much what you see in English schooling systems. Cricket is a major sport, and most schools have cricket facilities at the ground, being nets, being grass wickets, most of them. So Zimbabwe is very, very blessed with the quality of cricket grounds. But we're a very small nation, a very small cricketing nation, a very passionate nation, playing cricket. And we can compete at schoolboy level all the way through. Unfortunately, I think we could be doing maybe better on a national side, but I think we're picking that up altogether. But we are, answering your question, we're very, very lucky with the facilities that we've got.
So switching a little bit to this current tournament, Zimbabwe has a history of springing surprises with some of the big teams. Do you reckon you can pull something off here against some of the big teams?
Big teams like the USA. Let's hope so today. No, I'm joking, Chris.
I was referring to Australia and England, but yeah, I'll take USA.
No, we do pride ourselves on having a few big hitters in the side. I think we're more of a batting side than we are a bowling side. And like you've said, we've played 2 games together as a full team. So I think as the tournament progresses, our confidence will be there, and who knows? We've got Australia on Sunday at Groot Drak, so let's see how that goes. Tomorrow, Zimbabwe plays Namibia at a double header at Claremont Cricket Club, where South Africa take on New Zealand. So that should be very interesting to come down to if you have any spare time and you're in Cape Town to pop down to Claremont Cricket Club. You'll get the beauty of watching two international games on at the same time. And there's a great little restaurant called the Cricket Club. Funny enough,
That was our
Cricket
first.
Club.
That was the venue for our first game, Australia, Claremont Cricket Club.
It's my home club. Oh, there we go. Caught behind. Charlie to some neat work from Neil Ferreira, and unfortunately, I think that's the end of Sood. Gone for 11. Sorry, Chris, as you were saying?
No problems. So, interestingly, in the US team went to Pakistan in October for a global cup. Um, we beat the Australian side in the league phase. And so we've got our own share of upsets that got we're able to boast about. Unfortunately, they were a little too good for us in our first game, and we were a bit rusty coming out of with no practice games. Our practice game with Sri Lanka got rained out the previous night, so due to rain from the previous night, and we just got one net session in on turf before our first game against them. So a bit unlucky in terms of format to get the two top teams right off the bat. Uh, and we've got three left, like you
Okay.
do as well.
Okay.
Hopefully, we can get three victories and see how things work out with the rest of the games.
Absolutely. Or behind. Yeah, although the USA is new to cricket or on the world stage, certainly by the caliber of your players, having plied their trade for other countries and they know exactly what they're doing. It's no surprise to us to see some formidable cricketers in your team.
So, what can we look forward to from your batting lineup?
Well,
Do you have
the
internationals?
we have just seeing what happens there. So we have Douglas Marilia, who's very well known to the international stage, as is Trevor Gripper, um, and Gavin Rainey as well, and Neil Ferreira, who opened the batting for Zimbabwe. So we've got also Pete Rink, who's played most of everyone played in the late 90s, 2000s sort of era. So good six of our players are well known to both one day and test cricket. So although
You're
maybe
saying
not
this is
playing a
going to
lot
be
of
the
cricket, not
game to watch out.
well, you know what, as I said, we're well known, or better known for our batting than we are for our bowling. We've got a fairly strong batting side, but let's see what they can do. Yesterday, Dougie got off to a good start, and Gav Rainey, I think he got close to 80 if I'm correct, and he was ably assisted by Robbo Chingetere, Robbo Redbat, as we fondly call him. He's also sitting off with me today. He also contributed significantly. So Simon Seeger's back into the attack.
Yes, the
Looking
new batter in there replacing Amit Sood is Krishna Kumar, and he's a left-arm spinner as well. That's left-handed. He loves to sweep. Let's see, he brings it up. I think he did attempt one in the last over.
Mm. Is that something with your left-right combination? You've got quite a lot of left-handers. So is that quite well planned? Left, right, left, right, left, right?
It's something we discuss a lot about, putting that frustration in the opposition about that combination. So I think it worked a little bit with the openers, with the line and length being a challenge, and then the fielders having to move around. So the captain is always having to reset his field. Bowlers have to make sure they reset their line and length. So that is frustrating, and we're very lucky to have so many left-handers in the side.
Okay.
How many do you have?
Probably as many as you.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Not troubling the scorers there. It's Kuma, given at LBW, and well bowled from Simon Seeger. Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. Kuma got just a single. Well bowled Simon Seeger. As USA move. Sorry.
So while we wait for the game to resume, Mark, what's the weather like in Zimbabwe? You're close to the equator. Do you have hot and hotter, or?
Yeah, we're closer to the equator, so we're the northern neighbors of South Africa, and we are very fortunate to have almost 10 months of sunshine, and even our winters are very mild. It only gets cold in the winter, sort of from between 6 p.m. and maybe 10 a.m. Otherwise, it's glorious. So it is definitely a country to come and visit. We have some great tourist destinations in being Victoria Falls. I think much like you with Niagara, we have Victoria Falls, and it's a beautiful place to go and visit. Not only do you see a spectacular waterfall, but there's also a national park which is home to 4 out of the big 5. Unfortunately, an overthrow there. 4 out of the big 5, and you really get your value for money. Direct flight from Johannesburg or from Cape Town. So, depending where you fly from, obviously you can fly into Harare and then go to Big Falls, but it shares a common border with Zambia, which you can fly into Livingston as well, and a short little hop across.
I think at the Chairman's lunch yesterday, the managers and captains that were attending, we had a lot of discussion about doing international tours, bilateral tours, and even 4-nation or 6-nation tournaments. In the talk of having one here, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Namibia, maybe Canada, USA, and any other country that wants to come by. So I think
I think you would be most welcome. I think veterans cricket in Southern Africa is on the up. We all love to play the game. We're still in the game, but if we can play for our country, wow, we would, and to play any more triangular tournaments, or as you say, you'd be more than welcome. I know that you'd be welcome in Zimbabwe, and you'd be welcome in South Africa too. So I think that's something that these kind of tournaments, being the World Cup, will set the stage for more and more tours to happen. Ooh.
Yeah, this is our first time here in Cape Town, and it's such a beautiful city. We went to Tabletop Fountain yesterday, and it was breathtaking, the view from there. And I mean, I'm hoping someday we can visit your Victoria Falls and all the national parks that you just talked about in Zimbabwe, and hopefully not too far away. I think one of the challenges we face is this format is it's difficult to find sponsorship, and hopefully the spread of the word and the Masters cricket has definitely grown quite a bit in the United States over the last year and a half. Our over-40s nationals, we went from 12 to 16 teams, and that was only because we were restricted by capacity. We had
Okay.
20 plus teams register, and yeah, so as the infrastructure grows and the sport grows, I think there will be more sponsorship and investment coming for Masters cricket.
I think that's good to hear. And from the sponsorship point of view, we have a very similar situation. It's a lot of it is self-funded, much like you, I would imagine. And sponsors will certainly would get their bang for their buck with sponsors like Pitch Vision, who can broadcast the game to people sitting at home in other countries. It'll help grow the game, but I'm sure from state to state will be very similar for you.
Yeah, I want to thank, I'm pretty sure our sponsors are watching this. clinical works in the last year, and this year, Yash Technologies has really come forward to help fund some of our cricket for the Masters. And thank you to those wonderful sponsors. There are lots of other smaller sponsors that have helped us promote the game. And like you say, it's going to happen. It's just a question of when, not if.
Oh, we hope so. We would love to come and visit you and play a game of cricket there.
That's there. The invitation is always open.
Careful what you wish for.
Ah, no, we do
Yeah.
want people to come over and play in the United States. The Dallas Stadium, which is fairly new, that hosted the Major League Cricket, and is also one of the venues for the T20 World Cup. I
Ooh,
believe USA versus Pakistan is going to be hosted at Dallas, and that is a fantastic facility. New York is having one built, and there's other stadiums like in Florida, which is
okay.
one of the ICC certified stadiums as well. So
All up in the air. An opportunity that as the USA moved to 248 for six after the 41, just with the ball to go, eh? 248 for six.
Houston is another hub in Texas that
All up in the air, could be an opportunity, and it is. Trevor Gripper takes a good catch.
I was saying Mark Houston is another hub for cricket that has all the that's where we play our nationals and zonals every year.
Yep.
And we have a stadium there, Musa Stadium, which is one of our directors owns that stadium, Mr. Saki Muhammad, and he's been very kind in allowing us to use that, at a very reasonable rate to promote the game quite a bit. So he's got a twin grounds there that are used as the facilities for the nationals and zones.
Okay, all right. You've referenced Dallas, and as a Zimbabwean, I've actually a fellow classmate who lives there, and I think he's still involved in cricket. Salman Ahmed. I think he is sponsors something to do with the Dallas cricket.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's from Decadental.
Yeah, I personally am not from Dallas.
Okay,
So there's about six people on the team from Dallas, and they might know him.
okay.
Maybe Salman Muhammad, did you say?
Salman Ahmed.
Salman Ahmed.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Uh,
He
I
went
can
to
check
St.
with
George's, in Harare.
hmm.
He's quite involved in Dallas cricket.
So here we have Nikhil Sikka, who goes by Nikki,
Okay.
and he's one of the youngest actually on the side, just recently, into the 40s, and I asked him why he got the number 100. So he hopes to make
Okay.
that much in a single inning sometime during this World Cup.
Okay. Obviously a confident batter to be putting that on the back of your shirt. I won't tell you what my number is, Chris.
It's all right. I think you might have company there from me. But I think that's part of it, right? You got to believe in yourself and your abilities, and that's what got you to the squad in the first place. And now you have the opportunity to execute.
Wonderful
And
shot. Wonderful late cut for four.
I haven't just done justice to this batsman here, Paresh Deshmukh, who's the other debutant in the side, along with Ashwin Boyni, who is. I don't know if he will get to bat. There's only about 3 overs left, but he's another good all-rounder and left-arm spinner as well.
Okay.
And he ranked very high in the nationals, and hope to see him perform either with the bat or the ball or both.
Oh, comes across, moves into it, could be on the boundary. Oh, and it's thrown back in. Very well done. Almost guaranteed six, took it out and threw it back in. I'm sure the umpires had a look at each other to see if it did go. No, they're happy with it.
Excellent awareness from that fielder.
Yeah, for Stephen Trenchard, was it? Yep, from Stephen Trenchard. He did very well to save 6 runs there. I think they just got away with a one.
Yes, that's a lot
I'm
of
sure
runs.
he'll be watching that later on the highlights. Oh, possibly just outside the line. Worth a shout. They get away from the single. A leg by, but Seeker didn't manage to get any bat on that, so he's yet to open up his innings.
Paresh Deshmukh opens for his local club, United Masters, and in the Nationals he got 200s and was the top run getter in the entire tournament
Wow.
with 289 runs. So,
Wow. So he's
yeah,
an accomplished batsman, eh?
absolutely.
What score would you be happy with? I'm sure you're happy with the score you're on now, but what score do you anticipate in
Well,
coming away with here?
there's hope and there's reality, right? So the hope would have been 300 plus, but it's difficult. What is it, 254 now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say another three. If we can get 30 plus runs, in these
Oh,
overs
up in the
here.
air, up in the air. Oh, there goes for 6. Well, they're on their way. So what would you think? 285, 290?
I think that'd be a good target to set. But like you mentioned, your batting, your strength is batting, so 285 and a lot of good bowling and fielding should be a good contest here.
Yeah. I think we've probably bowled a few too many extras than we'd like to have done, and that might have been the difference. Oh, what a wonderful shot through the covers. Great time. With a good eye, doesn't he?
Absolutely. I mean, he's doing justice to his confidence that Skipper Farouk has put in him. He must be really proud to be representing the nation on his debut and making some good runs here.
Yeah. Simon Seeger going for 16 off that over. I think we're going to see a few expensive overs that are left. Last 2 overs, sorry, beg your pardon. Hopefully, our Charlie will do his best. The team to limit this.
What do you predict, Mark? What do you think he'll get?
Yeah, I think that's a fair call, actually. 285. Probably going to throw your bat when you got some wickets, exactly like we're seeing now. That is a big 6 through cow. That would be 6 on any field. Good.
Sicky's our strong boy.
Yep.
He's tall, big levers, and good muscles.
Yep.
Hopefully, he can belt a few more.
And he's got some pearly white teeth and very happy with what he's just done there. You can see that from here. What a good shot. What a good shot. Given enough time, maybe his number on the back of his shirt would come true. Would you look to bat him up the order?
Yes, definitely. He's got the technique as well, not just the power. But this time around, we swapped up the lineup. We had 4. We have 4 changes in the team, primarily to see how we can change our win-loss ratio here.
Yeah.
Not so he has played up the order against
Okay.
England and Australia. Of course, he's a bit raw. This is his first international event, so it takes a little bit of a time for him to get
Rhythm.
settled. Yeah, the rhythm, exactly. That's the word I was looking for.
Shots here. Open his left foot up, and here he goes. There we go. Opened up his stance, give himself some room there. Kingsley did well to keep it down to 1. It's a very good shot. Stephen Trenchard did well. Put his body behind it. Just the single. 1 ball to go.
So have you done a lot of time? Well, it's tough.
So you're
to
pretty
keep
good at it then.
Excitement down, though. You can't yell from over the mic here.
Okay, we got into the last over. Let's see who's going to finish it up for Zimbabwe. Looks like Mark Nicol. He's taken his hat off. He's given it to the umpire, and he wants to make a difference in this last over.
You want to
No.
revise your prediction there, Mark?
Oh, I've got 5 runs to be right, and you've got
Same.
285, eh?
285.
285, huh?
Let's see if the batters can make us liars here. That's one time I'd be happy to be called a liar.
Yeah.
So you say you live down the road here?
Yeah, so I actually live in Cape Town, so this is home for me, my new home. I've been here for the last close on 20 years, but yeah, been lucky enough to travel around. But Cape Town is where we've settled, and very, very happy here. It's home away from home, very similar to Zimbabwe, the type of people.
Hmm.
Climate is a little bit different. We have wind here, which we don't have in Zimbabwe. As you
Just
can
give it
see,
a
see that,
doesn't it?
yep, we have 4 seasons in a day here in Cape Town. But very similar in terms of the mindset, in terms of the sports we play. And we drive on the same side of the road, not like you in America. It's easy to slot in here.
That is something we always have a problem with when we visit other countries, other than Canada, of course, in Mexico. The other side of the road.
Yep.
I used to call it the wrong side of the road, and I corrected myself. Oh, the other side of the road.
Yeah.
Is it right or wrong, right?
Well, only when you have an accident, I guess. But you're quite right. Yeah, we use kilograms. Is that foreign to you?
No, I was born and raised in Chennai.
Ah,
I've
okay,
lived in the
okay,
US for 26 years, and I'm a citizen now, but very used to kilograms,
okay.
being part of the Commonwealth in the past.
Pounds in America mostly.
Over 75 years ago.
Yeah. Okay, last over. Let's see how this ends up. As the school seems like it's broken up for the day on lunch.
I was interviewing the captain of the school side and the coach. They gave us, they were nice enough to give me 10 minutes of their time, and yeah, they're very happy with what they have available to them, and you know, to come and watch an international game happen here, that is quite the opportunity.
Absolutely. Very lucky to have facilities like this.
Absolutely.
Hope they're going to watch the last over quite closely, or there might be a few balls interrupting their lunch. This last 6 balls. Dangerous players at the moment. Mark Nicol looks to finish up the fielding session for Zimbabwe.
These two are looking to be exactly what the doctor ordered for Team USA.
Yep. Oh,
There
not
you go. With a boundary there for Paresh Deshmukh, and he's moved on to what's he on there? 23 of 10 balls.
27, I think now.
27 of 11 balls. It's quite the cameo from Paresh.
23. 23. So tell me, as we're closing, how was your selection process?
Glad you asked. So the what's this ball here?
It's cut off. Oh, they're going to go to the keeper. There you go. He's out. Thought she ran out. Well, some good work there from Neil Ferreira, who caught the ball halfway down the pitch, turned around and had a throw of his own at the stumps, and he managed to run out. Batsman there.
So to answer your question, Mark, the way it was structured last year, we're undergoing some changes this year. We had a regionals and the nationals and the zoners. This year it's going to be the regionals are going to be separate, and they feed up into the nationals, and then the nationals we have selections for the zonals, so 4 zones, and performances from those will be taken into account by a selection committee with a representative from each zone as a part of that. And basically, a lot of criteria that's used, and not just their skills in terms of batting or bowling, but also fitness. We've got to have a certain standard of fitness in to be able to represent the nation at this level, because that is a key differentiator. Everybody is here on their skills, but the fitness and the fielding that helps save a lot of runs is extremely important. That's being beat down on the probables. So there's a pool of probables that are highlighted from the by the selection committee, and then in a final 16, a squad of 16 named for it. And obviously, captain and vice captain are named ahead before the squad is announced, and we we then get the announcement out to typically the manager and the coach and physio, if one is available, will be announced with the team as well.
Okay. Well, as you say, fitness is vital, especially in a long tournament like this that can last, close on 2 weeks. I think your fitness starts to tell in the second week rather than the first week. It can make the difference in a game, certainly.
Absolutely, and that's where a physio is a critical role on the team with help. Well, ours is Neeraj Kumar is a qualified
Last
physio,
ball.
and he's been already helping the players quite a bit.
Oh,
And I think that's helped a few of them at
okay.
the end of the innings.
That wraps up the innings. 288.
So not too far off from what we
Not
predicted, Mark.
well.
Looks like we should get into the casinos sometime. Are there
I think
casinos in Cape Town?
I think there are. There are. It's the Grand West is what it's called, but I certainly won't be going into telling you too much about gambling and its opportunities.
On myself and my luck. With my luck, I'd never spent money on anything. So
Well, I think USA would be quite happy with that. They did very well in that first 15 of the over, set the tempo, and they didn't look back from there. 288 for 8. We return in 45 minutes to see what Zimbabwe can do with their innings.
Mark, hopefully I'll join you later on the commentary for your innings.
Yeah, hopefully we get some fresh blood in the commentary box. I'm sure everyone's had enough of me.
Well, you do
Thanks, Chris.
fine. But yeah, I agree. If there are others, we definitely want to encourage them to step forward and take the seat and,
Yep.
and walk us through
Yeah.
what is turning out to be an interesting match.
Yeah. Well, Chris, let's go get some lunch, and we'll see the folks after the break. Thank you.
Absolutely. See you soon, folks.
Welcome back, everybody. Unfortunately, you've got yours truly still here. But the good news is that Raymond Buchanan has joined me back in the commentary after doing his little stint of fielding. It's off with Trevor Gripper. Taking first board is Austin Corkin. And you see, interesting that they've started with spinners. Raymond?
Sure.
Genuine spinner.
The
Through the gate.
excitement from behind there. But yeah, we've got Austin in one of his rightful roles as an opening batsman. Trevor Gripper, as we all know, holds the job. And Neil, this time around, I believe, was batting at number 9 and putting a few of the other guys in the actual orders that they genuinely bat in. And going to give this game a good go.
Yeah, see, Trevor marked the spot there like he was Chundapul. Took the bail off, nailed it into the ground. Sitting right, let's see what Trevor can do. He's batted quite well over the last 2 days. Didn't convert. He got 20s and 30s over the last two games, and I think he's one of the batsmen that Zimbabwe is looking to make sure that he gets some runs.
No, absolutely, Mark. He's definitely one of the guys that we want to see him get going and show the expertise that he does carry within him. Interesting that we're starting off with the spinner. See how they get on.
I think Zimbabwe have to take it to USA from the start. You know, they talked about there going at 6s and 7s in the first 15. USA is certainly full of energy. Their tails are up. I think they're quite happy with that score. 289. Setting a target of 289. I think they're quite confident that they've got enough on the board, but also think Zim is a batting team. Raymond?
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. I think today we've got a batting lineup there. Everyone's hitting it like they should, and they're working through it, using up all the overs. Should be a good competition on today. Also, a bit of a more lenient slope on that side of the field than there is below us in the commentator's box. If you're going to be an opening bowler running up from this side, you'll certainly feel the little gradient that's there before you bowl. Porky getting a full toss there. Not quite middling it, but he'll be happy to get one hitting the wood and get off the mark for sure.
What do you think about the extras? I think I've just seen to my left, we've Zimbabwe gave away 29 extras, which is possibly too many. Well, Austin Corkin gets off. Flyer first boundary off the bat. Quite happy with that.
Yeah, no, the extras never help, Mark? But part of the game. And once you've ended up with what you have, you just got to make sure you can reach them with the willow. But you know, we talk about all the extras, saving the little singles, and yeah, every run counts, and we know that from past experiences in our games.
As recent as yesterday.
As recent as the day before yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, the day before yesterday. Sean Bell went off with X-rays. He's hurt his left hand. I think base of his thumb. We hope that he does not have a broken finger, a bit of bruising, and he can be back in the team and join the games.
Good start from Sika. I was told that when they were batting that Sika has got a number 100 on the back of him, and that's what he plans on going home with under his belt. It's 100 runs. I think if Zim has anything to do with it, they're hoping that's his bowling figures. Ashwin back into the attack. He started well, bowling in the right areas.
Yeah, Mark, they've got a very tight offside field to the left-hander. Bit of turn there, cut away
Oh,
nicely.
Good shot.
Off that goes. Just as they're going to get there.
Yep,
There it is.
Does. Austin Corkin is
Austin.
taking the game to them from the start as he moves on to 10.
We were just talking about that tight offside field, and they've come back to it. So, obviously hoping bowler can hit the spot and not allow any more free wide cuts there. Set it out, filthy gap.
Hmm?
Or Cripps just paddle sweeps one there.
Gets off the mark.
One thing I've certainly noticed, Mark, this afternoon, I mean, just over lunch, the wind started to pick up as you predicted. I know speaking to Simon Seeger, who was bowling into the wind this morning, was talking about the difficulties that you have to deal with that wind. Shot. Very well run around and covered there by Mr. Zeshan. Managed to stop it with hands, shoulders, and neck. So, yeah, good commitment there by the American fielder. Otherwise, that was shooting down over the boundary.
That's what you call getting your body behind the ball, eh?
Absolutely.
Saying the speed is even slightly slower than that. So, folks, those of you that are watching, feel free to leave some comments. Tell us who you think is going to win. Or perhaps let us know the topic you want us to bring up and have a discussion about.
Oh,
Unfortunately,
looked like a bit of a short ball. Austin jumped a little bit, expecting a bit of elevation there, and chopped one down straight onto the stumps.
so Zim lose their first wicket, 19 for 1. Yep, chopped it onto middle stump. Looking to rise with the ball, possibly a late cut or a paddle. And ended up bottom edge.
So then we have is Kingsley Went.
Kingsley
Batted at 10 yesterday. I don't think that's where he's comfortable. I think this is more of his territory. Top batting up the order. He's a little unknown to the greater team as he lives in the UK. From what I'm told, he's quite an aggressive batsman. Plays some tidy shots. I'm sure he'll be looking to ply his trade now. Raymond, you're on the field for a good 10 overs there. Tell me, what do you think about the field? Quick,
Yeah,
hard.
it was interesting, Mark, because there's a couple of patches here and there where you'd think the ball would just stick with the grass, and those that weren't hit with the immense amount of power didn't quite reach the boundary. And then other sections where if it got through the inner circle, off it went.
Yeah.
Yeah. But watching the Americans bat, they saw the ball on quite well, I thought. We had our guys trying to squeeze and stop the little singles and short runs, and quite a few balls obviously just not quite going to hand when it was up in the air.
Oh, that should be wide.
Good keeping there by the number 10.
Yeah, talking about that wind, you can see the trees there starting to shake. Wind's picking up. Kingsley's only too happy to get off the mark and let Trevor get on strike. Zim 21 for 1 after 3.4 overs. That was over.
Grips just pushes one there to long on. Face the strike of the next over. Bit of a shout to the guys in the tent, wanting to change helmet, get back into his comfort zone with the cap.
Some spectators coming down to watch. Some avid cricket lovers, maybe a parent or teacher trying to avoid the office, working from home.
They're explaining how the game should be played, and
in my day, before I lost my hair.
Vin Diesel. Up and over he goes.
That's a big boy.
That's
cleared
the rope, ladies and gents.
First 6. No, kept his head down, followed through.
Yep.
Flat deck. I think that's order of the day. You can hit it hard. Well fielded.
Well fielded.
Very tidy. Very difficult to hit the side on the stumps. Fielded well. Threw it in. Kingsley ran in pretty well.
Nice to see the intent from the batsmen as well, trying to squeeze in those singles as they were doing to us. You're just standing shy of 5 yards. Guys are quick enough to back up. Looks like they're going to get in there.
Oh,
Little uppish there.
missed chance.
Missed
First drop
chance.
catch. Kingsley getting away with that. We talked about drop catches and extras. And, I think Zimbabwe are a lot tidier in the field today.
Yeah.
Extras, unfortunately, from a bowling perspective, 29 was, I think, too costly because it's not just extras, it's what they get off the extras. Probably an extra 60 came as a result of bowling extras.
Yeah.
But I do think that the team were better in the field. Day before yesterday, there were half a dozen missed opportunities. And, I don't think we saw the same today. So that's a good positive for Zim.
Absolutely. Certainly the guys were working a lot harder, or doing a lot more in the long catches in the warm-up, just trying to get used to that pink against the blue sky into the green of the trees. And after a good 5 minutes or so, balls were starting to stick quite nicely, so it definitely paid off, I think. Speaking to Arch Harley, you took one earlier in the game. He said there was all sorts of things going on. There's the blue sky, the pink ball, it's swaying in the wind, and there's the bees of don't drop it. And unfortunately, Arch, true to his nature, put out his mitts and held on to it. He was very happy about that.
I'm sure he told you. The pink ball in the blue sky. Good references, Ray.
Is he looking to work on there on the leg side? Coming off the pads, bit of an appeal, half-hearted. Umpire not interested at all. It's good energy coming off from the Americans right now. I think, it's nice to see everyone's complimenting, backing each other, even when there's a bit of a mistake here and there, the vibe's still there. Always helps when you're in the field, put a bit of pressure on the batsman.
What a good catch at first slip there. Oric, the captain, took it. Not only did he have a good innings, he's also managed to snare a good catch at first slip. Kingsley, unfortunately, playing late on the ball, getting an edge, an uppish edge, and walking back for not much, unfortunately. And in comes Stephen Trenchard.
Coming up on him a bit there and just catching the edge and straight into the hands. Unfortunate to Kings, but in comes Mr. Trenchard. Mm-hmm.
We're seeing a second slip coming into action. Obviously quite confident, looking for the edge. Pull someone in from the boundary. Put him into second slip. Stephen Trenchard lets that one go by. Some 31 for 2.
Oh, Trenchy can't help himself. Having a word back with the keeper. A bit of banter going on the field there, I'm sure. Very well bowled there. Another ball that slightly rose a bit more than the most that come from that area.
Yeah.
Trenchy having a bit of a go. No edge on it, but everyone very excited about that.
Very well bowled. Single down to fine leg.
Good over there for sure.
Just the one extra and 2 singles. So tell us, Raymond, someone who doesn't live in Cape Town or someone who's visiting, what have you enjoyed about Cape Town so far, having been here for a few days?
You know, Mark, it's lovely to see the condition that it's in, if I can be honest with you. Very little litter on the side of the roads. That's one of my biggest pet peeves when you travel around Africa.
You don't see that in Chigutu?
I know, I'm sure we do see it there. Try and block it out. But yeah, it's a modern city in my opinion. A lot of vehicles around, which is something I'm not so used to coming out from Chigutu. But it's just amazing the prices here as well in comparison. The choice, the variety, the people seem accommodating. There's a lot of tourists around. It's just a good vibe, eh, Mark? Trenchard works one there round to Bakura Square.
Yeah, Cape Town as a world destination. You're seeing a lot more foreigners investing into Cape Town specifically. A lot more direct flights. There's so much to do. We're very fortunate in Cape Town. The restaurants here are world class. Wine farms, both in the southern suburbs as well as in Stellenbosch Paarl. You can get on a cable car and get up to Table Mountain, and within 3 hours you can be at a game reserve, Gondwana, and you can see the Big Five. You can also go out to sea and see great whites. If that's your thing, if that floats your boat, pardon the pun, you can get out to sea and go and see great whites in their natural habitat.
Yeah, quite interesting, Mark. I've had my brother Craig, who has been and done the shark cage kind of diving, so to speak. He says it's quite an interesting, quite an interesting environment to be in, especially when you get the big sharks coming around, and you can only be impressed by the size of these beasts. Not something I think myself as a land mammal would want to attempt too soon.
Yeah, I hear you. I've done it, and I know why I come from a landlocked country. I've done it once, not twice. Once for a good
Yep.
reason.
So you always got to try everything once, eh? So that's going outside. I think that's going outside. Off. Had a tight little over there.
Maybe just outside the line. Did get a stride in. Enough to not convince the umpire, or to convince the umpire that he was not out.
There's someone on the pitch asking for pitch vision.
Yeah.
For the instant replay.
Not out.
He won't get to see it, but I'm sure all of us at home will probably have a quick look at that and
Oh,
see
wow.
how close it actually was.
See,
And here we go. Yeah, outside the line.
outside the line. I'm sure we'll watch that a few times this evening. Off his bat.
That's not off his bat. Yeah, it sounded like it was off his bat.
A lot of wood in
Yeah.
that pad, and I'm sure Stephen Trenchard has told them as much. Stephen Trenchard is going to have made 11 new friends out there by the time he's finished, I'm sure. Maybe 12, including the umpire.
Bringing up some similarities with Universal.
Well, Grips gets a full one there, pushes it down just right of long on there. Good arm and back into the bowler, just a single. Bit of applaud from the fellow fielders and the slips.
Thank you for all your comments that are coming through. Unfortunately, we can't comment if it's not in English. Unfortunately, don't understand the language in some of it.
Even
but we
picks up
can
a
keep it
slightly
English.
shorter ball there as it doubles.
Is it going to make
doubles.
it? Is it going to make it?
No, it does
Oh,
not.
Good running between the wickets and they pick up 3. Putting Gripper on strike.
So that's one of those balls that I was talking about, Mark. It just hits a slight patch and starts to bobble and slow up, and that literally dropped, maybe inches from the rope. The guy couldn't, fielder couldn't even put his foot behind the ball when he picked it up. So 3 was still run there, which is good. I think Gripper was just asking the umpire, did he have a good look at that? All confirmed that it was short. River Gripper not being enticed to that one slightly wider, just letting it go through and playing a shot afterwards just to make sure he's got it under lock and key. Martin, are you happy with the way they've placed the field today, based on
America, you say? I think they've got a very aggressive field.
Yep.
They've got nice.
He looked good. He looked good. A good bit of fielding, as we were talking about how they've put their field in an aggressive manner. Definitely.
They do. They've only got 2 outside the ring, of which those are for the loose deliveries, just backward of square and long on.
And definitely backing their offside bowling for sure.
Absolutely. They're giving themselves the option that if there is a bad ball, they're trying to cover it. But otherwise, they're very aggressive what they're doing at the moment. And it's paid off for them. I mean, I think they'll be quite happy to be 38 for 2 after 8. Here's the man much spoken about is Sean Bell on the far end, telling everyone how he probably got his injury.
You can see, I don't know if it's his left hand or his
right hand.
That's all strapped up.
Right hand.
Very animated when he tells his stories. Old Belly, always very engaging with them. You certainly sit back and listen when he starts talking. It's very entertaining. Ooh, nice bit of drift.
The ability to turn it both ways. There we go. You see that?
Yep. Drifting that one a bit down leg there. Quick hands by the keeper. Trenchy's feet solid in the behind the crease. Mm-hmm. Some very interesting comments coming through on the live chat. We're just trying to follow it. Some of them we can't really respond to. But anyone who is on the live chat can have a good look and a good little chuckle at some of them. Obviously, we can see the Zimbabwean ones for certain with the flags after the comments. Kirsten DeVet saying proud wife. Come on, Zimbabwe.
And that's Trenchard's better half. I can Kirsten DeVet, Stephen Trenchard's wife, and proud supporter back home in Zimbabwe.
She'll be sitting intently, hopefully, checking things on the sideline while she's at work, I'm guessing. Doing bits and bobs. Egging her man on.
So far, the Americans' fielding has been excellent. They've keeping it all very tidy.
That's a good shot. Just leaned into that, stroked it through, and off it went for 4. Oh, that's wide.
It's wide.
That's a wide ball. Frenchy having a bit of a go at it.
$45 for 2. Good shot off his legs. As Trenchard picks up a single. Oh, the little bit of. Thought there might have been a bit of an overthrow.
We're playing a very good, solid, respectful show of respect back to the bowler for a good ball there. Perhaps probably looking to rotate the strike, face the other side. Fielder sending him back. That's the end of the 10th over. Zimbabwe 46 for 2.
And one of the other games, England's playing Namibia. And Namibia set a target of 165. And England are currently 110 for 2 in the 16th over. And currently France and Stephen at the crease. Darren Stevens, who's also former international, but it's France who's on 26 at the moment. Safe to say, I think England are well poised to close that game out, and yet another win for them. They're having a very good campaign so far, and I think they are certain contenders for the trophy.
Frenchy there, coming down the wicket to the bowler, punching one through to long off. Very assertive, yes. Zimbabwe move on to 47 for 2 after 10.1.
And exactly on also after 10.1 overs is South Africa playing UAE, and the UAE are chasing 264. They set a total of 264 for the UAE, and they are 48 for 3. So a lot of work to be done there by the UAE. Currently, Yaku Castle is bowling. Yaku Castle got bowler of the tournament in the Africa Cup that we played in late November. So brimful of confidence that he's got going into this tournament. And in another game, India versus Wales. India were bowled out by 214, which is possibly very, very happy. Wales would have taken that. Unfortunately, they are 22 for 2 after 16 overs. So India looking favourites in that game.
Frenchy looking at just padding one off there outside the line of off. Big appeal, but umpire disinterested.
Seeker still bowling through a spell.
Sitting on the figures of 2 for 23 after 5. Americans opting to keep going with him. With a gripper to face.
What a good shot.
Into a lovely drive. Really smooth off the bat. Nice and calmly done. That's what Gripper does best. 4 runs. That's a good shot.
Gripper looking to capitalize just with the fielding restrictions at the moment. Finding the fielder. Oh, what a wonderful shot. Rocked back onto his back foot and punched it over the bowler for yet another 4. Sending Seeker for 8 in the first 3 deliveries. I think Trevor's picking up the tempo here. He certainly got the pace. Pace and pitch of the ball. And they've dropped another fielder. So they've got long on, long off, as well as their fine leg. No slips in place.
Nicely cut and covered by the gentleman at point. Picking it up off his knees.
So number 15 stuff.
Grip's punching one down there to long on. Striding across to the other side.
And in the last game we hadn't spoken about yet, New Zealand playing against Sri Lanka. New Zealand set a target of 295, very similar to this game, and Sri Lanka are 27 for 2 at the moment after 5 overs. So I think New Zealand are also very happy with their campaign so far. Need to close that out.
Go ball.
Good rock shot onto his legs.
Good dive there by the fielder.
Okay. Man under it, going over his shoulder. It was always going to be a difficult catch.
That's not easy at all.
And Trevor's lucky to have got away with it. I don't even think he knew where it was at first. But
looking to sweep it and catching the top edge of the bat. Floating over the gentleman at short square leg, I think he was. Or was he at fine leg? and just really coming over the head, sky, and down it goes. We all understand that pain. It's not easy out there, wind blowing. But I'm sure as a team on both sides, if a ball's going to hand, you're hoping it's going to stick.
Stephen Trenchard doing well there, punching it down the ground just for single, rotating the strike. Now, Zimbabwe keep doing that, Raymond. I think let the singles take care of themselves, and before we know it, we'll up there the last 15 to send the attack to them. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so, but just keep it rotating, keep it going, nothing too silly. Wait for the odd bad ball. Make sure you capitalize on that bad ball and just keep rotating, but I think there's a lot of opportunities that could possibly be twos, and as long as you run that first one hard, you should be able to squeeze in a second, and that's what we're certainly going to be looking to do.
If any of the viewers back home are wanting to know why we all have different numbers on our backs, in rugby you have 1 to 15, and it determines your position in the field or your position in the team. It's not the same in cricket, obviously. For those that aren't following cricket but just maybe following a loved one, I think the numbers are irrelevant, and more so maybe lucky numbers, maybe something they hope to achieve in the tournament. I think like Sika when his 100. If that was the case, I certainly wouldn't put myself at 99. Be a bit upset, or at 1 at least. Raymond, tell us, what number did you choose and why did you choose it?
Buddy, I'll be honest with you, I've had this number 13 on my back for as long as I can remember. It's been predominantly hockey based. I remember starting off at high school with the number 7 in the first team at Vulcan when I first was selected for Zimbabwe schools as one of the younger guys in the team. And as a junior, you go into the team and get offered a number, and number 7 was taken by a senior, and so 13 it became. And it just so happened that I had a wonderful game with that number 13, and as superstitious as I am, the Hobo Juju, as Oaks back home will know, I've stuck with it ever since. I made one mistake actually playing against probably, I'm not sure if you were in that game at George's, Mark.
Probably if it was a bit of a
And it was Friday the 13th, and I wore the number 13, and in the first 10 seconds of the game, I caught a reverse hook into the nose and snapped my nose almost round to the back of my skull. So that's the only day I'll probably not wear that number from history's sake, but otherwise, yeah, that's where that number 13 comes from, bud.
Please don't hold it against me all these years later, Raymond.
I'm pretty sure it was you guys that we were playing. It was. I just can't remember if you were there or not, but yeah. Let's put it this way, 1 second you're chasing a ball, next second it's all lights out. And that's the beauty of the game of hockey. A lot of the tougher rugby guys out there might say, do you know what, I'm happy to play rugby, I'll stay away from the hockey. I don't understand why, but when you do get an injury, it's normally quite nah. Little cut
What
there.
a wonderful shot for 4. Late cut.
Very late cut. Races over the rope. Very nicely done.
I think we're a very fortunate team in being that we have long friendships through sport. And I think Zimbabwe's done great favor for us all in being that a small town or a small country, we get to know each other playing through sport. That I think 90% of the team we've known for the last 30 years, you inclusive. I think I've known you playing against you on a sport field for the last 30 years.
Oh, that kept low.
Kept low.
Oof.
Trevor Gripper, Gav Rennie, myself, we went to the same school. We went to a school called St. George's. It's the oldest boys' school in Zimbabwe.
Holds an incredible heritage.
Yes, and had some incredible people that went to that school as well.
Still going very strong in the sporting arena for sure, very academical. We know a few kids that come from my son's junior school that have gone there from Bryden. Yeah, you also have to be very bright as well as play the game on the sports field to go to George's for sure.
I think any school in Zim, they're passionate about their sport.
Yep. And that stopped just on the boundary. Good sliding field into the ball, turn and throw.
Yeah, but many of us have played with each other or against each other for the last 35 years, at least, since we got
Yep.
introduced to this wonderful game.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the beauty about schooling in Zimbabwe is that there's not just a one arena sport. Everyone gets involved between the rugby, hockey, soccer, netball, swimming. I mean, it just goes on. And as I've seen now, as we look forward into the future to high schools for our own kids, there's such a phenomenal selection out there. And it's wonderful to see that there's still a good heritage of certainly schools that can supply great sporting achievements and nurture some of the raw talents that are out there.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It is amazing, Mark, following certainly our kids back at home. You know, we're very fortunate to see all the younger guys, and certainly my children's era, how much talent there really is throughout all the schools. It's a wonderful thing, and we hope in these modern times it can be nurtured accordingly. Make sure they switch on in class at the same time. Like I tell my kids, your strongest muscle in your body is your brain. Got to fix that first, get that going, and then everything else should follow.
Quite right, Raymond. Learn from our mistakes, eh?
Yeah, that's for sure, buddy. None of the stargazing out the windows, looking at the sports field, waiting for class to end. But we were fortunate enough to get good education at the same time, so.
Is that a change of, no, still got Ashwin. His bowling is that his 8th over? Yeah, 8th over. I think he'd be quite happy with his figures so far. Just going for 23 runs.
Yeah, those are good figures. Got a run. Run, boys.
Take two.
So Gripper needling one there through what should say cover and extra cover. Bit of a hesitation on the field, a bit of a no, and then yep, let's go through as the misfield happens. Good encouragement coming back from the Americans on the fielding side.
So he's outside. Not only we are commentators, Raymond, we are also the third umpires.
I think so. Hey, we're trying to call it and
Self-appointed.
That's how it's going to go.
Absolutely, self-appointed match officials too.
I don't know if we've moved slightly more to the right, somewhat from this morning, but certainly seeing things from behind the bowler here.
Yep. So Will has commented from Dallas, which is one of the places where we're understanding that cricket is thriving in America at the moment. And Will says his number is 1 because he played goalie in football, as well as that's why he chooses 1 wherever he goes. So thanks for connecting, Will, and tell us what your number is.
I wonder if you guys decided or worked out if this Ashwin has any relation to the Ashwin and the India national side?
Well, you know, buddy, I didn't even put the two together. I wasn't even thinking about that. Sorry, I apologize. So, ladies and gentlemen, all the way from United States, all the way to Zimbabwe, to South Africa, we have Mr. Mark Nicol, who I'm sure you've heard on the waves before. Certainly a capable commentator and a lover of the game.
I'm going to throw it out there that Ashwin is his first name.
Oh, you think?
Yep.
And Baroni is his second name.
Okie dokie. So not related.
I would say not related.
Potentially aspiring in ability then?
Yep. But Certainly the resemblance of a good bowler.
Yep,
That
absolutely.
he is.
All
As we
them-
take a drinks break after 15, and Zimbabwe are 74 for 2 after 15.
So
Trevor Gripper and Steve Trenchard still at
it's a better comparison mark, if my memory serves me right. America were 100 after the first 15. Is that correct?
Yeah, 101.
101.
What a great place to commentate from. Like the view on the TV is the view of the commentators.
Absolutely, it's quite something. The sun's out. Bit of a hustle bustle around the field.
As you say, what? Sun's out, guns out, eh, Raymond? Is that what you to say?
That's how it used to be, buddy, back in the heyday. Now when the sun's out, the long sleeves and sunscreen and white brimmed hats get put on, hey, buddy.
Okay.
We've all learnt our lesson
Is
from.
this over 40s now?
Oh yes.
Okay, so no bully bashing at
No,
certain
no. Talk,
venues of
talk us
football.
talk us through. What is bully bashing there, Mark?
I don't know.
Welcome to the commentary box,
Arrived
Mr.
in
Mark
Harare
Nicol.
and was told you're a bully now. Don't go out to certain places. I don't know. I'm asking the guys. Bully bashing.
Old Toppy could get a warm one, huh?
Bully bashing will give you a face for radio. Is that fair enough? Is it?
100%.
Okay. Okay. Looks like school's out. Car
Yeah.
park is full down the road. Hopefully Trevor Gripper doesn't damage anyone's property.
What are your guys' thoughts on the scoring rate and 2 wickets down? You know, runs needed, but at a rate of what now to take them home?
Well, Mark, have you been told where you're batting yet? I think
I'm
we might
might
let
wait
the
until-
might let the viewers know
Yeah.
when we know where you're batting.
Yeah.
So you'll know when I know, which will be just before I'm needed.
Okay, all right.
How it goes, hey, Moggy?
I have the inner protections on just in case a quick fire pad up is required.
Okay.
Otherwise, I thought I'd come stand over your shoulders and just keep an eye on you, you know?
Yeah. Soak it all in. It's quite a spectacle from up here, isn't it? Nice.
Great anticipation. Put your pads on. Stay warm. We'll need you when we need you. But yeah, I think Zimbabwe are trickling along, not letting it get too far away from them. 74 for 2 after 15. I think wickets is key to keep in hand. If we've got those same wickets in hand with 20 overs to go, i.e. in 10 overs, and we managed to put another 50 runs on, I think that could be a very different game, chasing sort of 140 in 20. As long as we have a good anchor, which I think Trevor is doing a remarkable job of doing that at the moment. And he's done that over the 3 matches we've played. I think he's sitting on 33 and looking very comfortable.
Have you guys got any idea? I think the east coast of the USA is slowly waking up. Have you got many comments in from the US listeners and viewers? There must be hundreds online now. Or maybe tens. Let's be generous.
There's hundreds from New Zealand,
New
all New Zealand, all with the surname of Nicol.
Oh, really? Are they commentating?
So I think your dad wants to know when you're going to bat.
Dad wants to, well,
And
not blink, it could be brief. Yeah, geez, lots of a little bit of trolling of the Zimbabweans online as well in the comments.
Yep.
We can handle it, you know. We don't worry about cyberbullying. Come and get me if you can.
Absolutely. As well as, a few family members online, I see.
Is that Butters, Ryan?
Yep. Shout out to Valent and Anne in Harare watching. As well as good friend Storm Davies. Very proud. Come on, Zimbabwe. And Julie Christie's here. Go Zim, Gav's proud auntie watching from the UK. A lot of uplifting comments about Zimbabwe.
So Zimbabwe, bottom of an alphabetical list of countries in the world, but that's the only bottom we'd like to see today, right?
Absolutely.
Have you guys explained to the listeners what bees in the head are and what Trenchy is dealing with on his end of the crease?
Well, we gave our version. What's your version, Mark?
Bees in the head. Trenchy. Oh. So if ever there was a man who's intensely built up for a series of cricket, it's the non-striker Steve Trenchard. He has possibly the fittest body in over-40s cricket. He's recovered in miraculous time from a ripped off the bone bicep. So he had an operation in December to get that reattached in order to make this tournament. And he's in now. Not out on 16 of 30, so watch for 16 from Trenchy. As we get back into things with Trevor Gripper on 33 of 42, facing Shankar. Nice and straight wicket to wicket bowling, plays it to the square leg, and they run through for a single. So onto the face is Trenchard now. Steve Trenchard.
Or Bete.
Bete. Now we learned that Shana word the other day, didn't we?
Yeah.
What does Bete mean? Cockroach.
It's cockroach.
I think this man really wants.
He really wants
things
to have
to
a good
count.
day today. He certainly has the passion and the ability. He's going to be wanting to put it into play and the hard work, and yeah, we're definitely backing him on this one.
Absolutely.
Shot and anger. Sweeper out on the boundary does work. And throws with a normal arm. That's quite admirable in over-40s cricket. Hey, Mark?
Yep, absolutely.
You like to bowl it in when you get those chances from the boundary?
It's only with my left arm.
Oh, okay.
Saves the cannon.
I have to own up. Earlier I was warming.
Who's batting here?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Darby
on the right.
having a chat over the shoulder.
Nice easy cover drive. Of course, she doesn't pick up any runs there. Trevor Gripper, of course, son of Ray Gripper. Another Zimbabwean international, his dad.
Did Ray Gripper hold a national record for a period of time, Mark?
He did. Can you tell us a little bit more about that for those that are listening?
I think Ray Gripper for several years after the, what was it, late 60s, maybe early 70s was his era, played for Rhodesia in the Currie Cup, so first class cricket, which was Southern Africa's premium cricket competition at the time. I think he held a country record of 200 and let's go with 250 plus for many years, which was the highest score in first class cricket at the time. For Rhodesia, that is.
Young Mr. Gripper, the chip off the old block, playing for Zimbabwe in the over-40s. Just batted that one out to change the over, and going to have a chat with Bete and figure things out.
We've got Will here, who's responded again. He said he's originally from England and playing in Dallas since 1987 for Dallas County Cricket Club. Shows how long Dallas has had cricket in it. Around for. And he's saying Vinny and Jiggy are fellow club players. Go USA. Very proud ex-club member. Watching on. Clearly some friends.
Nice to see that everyone from far afield are joining us and just having an odd word now and then, wishing their own old teammates the very best in today's game. We have the fortunate pleasure of being here live. Oh, some good cricket being played out there. Good respect of the ball.
What would you guys be looking for from Zimbabwe over these overs now, run rate wise?
Well, so at the very least, trying to pick up 2 boundaries or the equivalent every over.
There it is.
And there is one of them.
Ball short and wide outside the off stump. Trenchy pulls it across to what could only be described as cow corner all along the ground, though, which is a very good sign.
Absolutely.
Hitting the bad ball for a boundary.
You know, Mark, I think one of the main things, going back to your question with the batting, I don't think there's any perceived rush
No.
per se. I
No.
think just play the balls as they come, and like the Americans did, the odd bad ball came, have a go. And as you'll probably see now, there's Trenchy having a little growl at himself because he knows he should have made more of that, but we've just got to look at taking them off the middle of the bat. That's
So they drop a man back, eh?
yeah, they've dropped a man back, so the covers drop back to sweep. We have someone at long on the boundary, deep square leg.
Wow.
That's a one.
Oh,
Where's a single?
well, I was saying 2 boundaries and over. You know, you got to. Well, we've got wickets in hand. Take the game to the fielding side,
Yeah.
who are very confident at the moment, and we don't want to leave it too late. Not to say that we did a couple of days ago, but the pressure builds and you start making errors for the last 10 overs. So I do think anticipating it running hard to singles, and where it's there to be hit it hard. We're going to switch on your third umpire mode. Raymond, what would you say there?
Do you know,
As the green light goes on, not out.
let's put it this way. Gripper was given the Sportsmanship Award for our game against Canada for walking immediately when he snuck it and everyone appealed. This time around, he's obviously stood there and looked and said, "What are you going to say, umpire?" So, yeah, I think it's one of those where we've just got to rely on the umpires to do the right thing in the spirit of the game, which is what this is all intentively supposed to be about, with family and friends watching from further afield as well as locally. And yeah, the umpire's decision is final at this point.
I think it remains final always.
Another cricket lover joined the conversation, being Richard Linnell from Zimbabwe. I think he's known to everyone.
Yes, Richie, how are you doing, buddy?
Did I see Malcolm as well comment there, saying hi to everyone? Malcolm, who joined us in the Africa Cup. Mark?
Ah, was that?
I think that's probably Malcolm.
Yes,
He
it
says
is.
regards to all.
Ah, good old Malcolm.
I will pass those on. Malcolm, singer.
It's funny. Might stop up as that's where it's been stopping up in the past. Yep, fielder comes around to pick it up.
Good arm and over the top. Good fielding in the deep from Ashwin. Bowled well, also fields well.
That's obviously one of the guys still with a good arm on him.
Yep.
Throwing it in from the boundary.
Opa.
Looking for overthrows.
Yeah, Raymond, I think the USA have done very well with their tidy fielding here at the moment.
Yeah, they have a Mark.
No real missed opportunities. Yeah, sure, we saw a catch go and miss, but that was over his head. Quite a very difficult catch. If he held on to it, I think he would be still shouting about it now. But good beat.
Don't think it's going to go though.
Fielder done well to cut that off, moving into a cow position. Trevor Gripper moves to 36. Trenchard is on 25. 86 for 2 after 17.4 overs.
Oh, somewhat seems like the game's come alive a bit in the way that now the runs are being pushed, the fielders are running in, throwing hard. The guys are crossing each other for the runs.
I think normally before the game had started, you would want to be on 100 after 20.
Yep.
I think if we can do that, if you'd be happy to lose 1 wicket, maybe 2. Do you think we added on another 13, 15 runs here? I think we'd 13, 15 runs in the next couple of overs would be still game on for
I think
Zimbabwe.
most teams would be quite happy with that.
I think we might have a bowling change here. AJ Sharma coming in. Yeah, number 3, AJ Sharma. I think they have got as many left-hand batsmen, left-hand bowlers as what we do, Raymond.
Yeah, absolutely, hey bud.
Half our team are lefties, same as them. Chatting to Krish, their team manager, he said that's actually part of their game plan to bat left, right, left, right, left, right. And I think that's been part of Zim's tactic, is also to use the left-hand, right-hand combination, get the bowlers to change it up a bit, test them.
So first ball for Mr. Sharma. Yeah, you don't know, so Trenchy twice for that one.
Yeah. Big 6 by Stephen Trenchard. I think he's been waiting for that since the Africa Cup.
Yep, he has been waiting for that. That's always a good sign.
He's released a lot in that shot, which is wonderful to see. I think some great things are to come of him.
On the screen. It only comes on the main.
Stephen Trenchard moves to 32. Trevor Gripper's on 37. Steve Trenchard on 32. Austin Corkin was on 12. Went out on 12, and Kingsley went on 2. And that's the batters at the moment. It's building a nice little partnership here between Gripper and Trenchard. As far as bowling is concerned, Ashwin Bayoni bowled 9 overs. Didn't manage to pick up any wickets. 32 runs with an economy of 3.56. Sika has bowled 6 for 34 overs, for 34 runs, and it's a 5.67 economy. And AJ Sharma is just obviously hasn't started off in the way that he wanted to. That's it. Moment 94 for 2 after 18. The batsman getting a chance to get some fluids into them after a big 6 from Stephen Trenchard. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good comeback there. Next ball.
Those who are sending us some comments, please remember to tell us where you are. If you're sitting in Zimbabwe, if you're sitting in Texas, if you're sitting in Cincinnati, wherever you are, tell us where you're messaging us from and your connection to this game. Lovely to hear from you. Just talking about the wind, weren't we, Raymond?
Yeah.
The wind's picking up. It's managed to dislodge the bales. If you can see any of these flags around the ground, they are starting to blow vigorously, huh?
Yeah. They're holding very, very straight in one direction, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
The umpire having to call a dead ball there, stopping the bowler from bowling because the bale's been dislodged. Make sure my bag's zipped up and stuff so no one can join that.
Those of you who are joining us, format is a 45-over game between Zimbabwe and USA. Zimbabwe are chasing 289, currently in the 20th over, and Zimbabwe are sitting on 94 for 2 and stopped in the deep. Well done. More deep square. It's all right, Raymond.
You can tell those, it's all good.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Oh,
and it's
and
gonna
it's
go.
missed the eyes.
Is it gonna go? It's trickling, trickling. No, it's not gonna reach.
Stopped off. Good running between the wickets there. And they get 3.
Great chase there by Mr. Zeshan Mohammed.
Surprised he's still got some energy in him.
Wow, that's good movement, eh?
Yeah,
For the 40s.
he nearly got 100, that boy, and he no. No.
Yeah, Mark, as we saw that close up there of the bowler coming into bar, I don't know if you could see the wind really pushing on them now. If you look at their shirts, it's obviously not an easy thing to be doing, to be running in like that into the wind, bowling into the wind. But Trenchy picks that one up and punches it down to long on. Good throw back once again. Yeah, good sharp cricket.
Ryan Rasiki, a fellow Zimbabwean, messaging us from England, sending us well wishes. We all know Ryan. And we gone to school with him, played a bit of cricket. The change in bowler? Yeah, Sharma. Still. So a couple of the other games, India versus Wales. As I said, India set a total of 214, and currently Wales are 58 for 4 in the 16th over. I think India are in control of that game. New Zealand versus Sri Lanka. New Zealand set a total of 295. Sri Lanka are currently 86 for 4 in the 15th over. At their drinks break.
The gripper there, just working one around the legs, taking the single. Stephen Trenchard to face.
And South Africa looking to close out a game against UAE. South Africa 264, and currently the UAE are 80 for 6 after 20. I think the UAE will do well to try and recover from that. So South Africa, firm control. South Africa playing at the same venue as we are tomorrow, Raymond. They're playing New Zealand at Claremont Cricket Club, and we're obviously taking on Namibia. We had a good game against them in the Africa Cup.
Mm-hmm. It's your home turf there.
It is, and actually, obviously playing with Bertie Erasmus, who also plays for Claremont, against two of our club men as well. So Claremont Cricket Club will hopefully have four players on the field at the same time.
That's pretty good, yeah.
Yeah.
I believe they're setting up for a very festive occasion.
They do that pretty well.
Do you want to tell any of our listeners or anyone who's in and around Cape Town that want to make it down and come and join a good day out?
Yep. I've said that a few times over, and those who have just joined us, come down to Claremont Cricket Club, which is actually in Constantia, where the Virgin Active is. Claremont Cricket Club has a lovely restaurant called the Cricket Club, funny enough. And if you can, if there's still any tables available, I suggest you book one. And come enjoy some live music, watching 2 games of cricket, glorious sunshine. Nothing better to do in Cape Town on a Friday afternoon.
Huh? So Zimbabwe managing to get their 100 after the 21st over.
Yeah.
Stephen Trenchard and Trevor Gripper still at the crease. Looking to do what they can do.
Zimbabwe not getting many off that over. Some tight bowling. Only just the 2, I think. But lost in our conversation there, didn't we, Raymond?
Yeah, we did actually. back to the cricket.
What a shot. Split long on and long off, straight down the middle for 4.
Trenchy's always got a lot of power behind his shots when he does go for them. And if he's middled it at the same time, it just keeps going. It's a lovely little shot there. As he opens up and flicks one just over backward of square leg for 4 runs.
Yep, that's certainly picking up the run rate as he moves to 42, both facing 56 balls apiece. Stephen Trenchard on 42 and Trevor Grip on 40, as the total moves to 109 for 2 after 21.4 overs. Inside edge, trickle down to 45, pick up a quick single, bringing Trevor back onto strike.
As Gripper leans back on that one and pushes that over Kyle for 1 or 2 bounces for 4. A good little over there for Zimbabwe. Picking up 13 on that over.
Someone else who sent us a comment is Carlo Lorenko he was from Bulawayo, commonly known as Skies. Lives in the UK now, and good cricketer. He also sends his well wishes to us.
So Mr. Sharma to carry on. At the moment going for net run rate of 4 and over. Respectfully played back there by Stephen Trenchard. Trenchy looking at the single there. Quick one. Grips sending old Trenchy back. Nice clean calling, no hesitations.
Sharma's the pick of the bowlers, hasn't picked up any wickets, but I tell you what, he's only gone for 8 runs in his 2.3 overs. 15 balls.
No, he's definitely bowling really well.
Difficult to get away. And he knows that Zim is about to go aerial, so he knows his chances are coming. Obviously, Zim will do their best to keep out of his way. So those of you may wanting to know where Bergfleet High School is within Cape Town, it's located in the southern suburbs in a place called Meadow Ridge, which is not too far from Tokai, Constantia, if that means anything to anyone, close to the southern wine farms being Groot Constantia. There's quite a few different wine farms here that are world class. Very, very fortunate. We don't take this view for granted. Going to work, school, wherever you are, home. Very, very lucky. People pay good money for a view like this for a short amount of time.
Absolutely.
So Farouk coming on, he had a wonderful day with the bat. He's looking to see what he can do. Whoa,
That's
the
quite wide.
ball.
That's quite wide out.
Certainly testing the umpire with his decision. Maybe just outside the line. Got a step forward. What do you think, Ray?
Yeah, no, I think that was just outside, buddy.
A little bit of a replay. Oh yeah, just outside the line. They got a
Clever
big
keeping
step forward there.
his foot outside there just to show the umpire that that's where his foot was. And the ball falling, which you saw just after the replay, was another little bit of a pad, little half appeal, but nothing there. Trevor Gripper leans back on that. The fielder's running around to catch it, but unfortunately it's too slow. Can't pick it off. Fortunately for Zimbabwe, that's 4 runs. It's not easy out there, hey Mark, when you're on your own trying to cover those boundaries. If you're the sole fielder, having to run left and right to try and stop off some of those ones that do get shot through.
Can certainly identify with you there, Raymond. Not many of us can. You took a lovely catch in a similar position yesterday.
Yep. Just as soon as you see the ball go up, get moving as quick as you can, and hopefully you get to it on time. Ball going through Gripper there, the keeper looking at attempting the stumping, but no one really that interested. Bails back on, game proceeds. You know, Mark, talking about catching, it's something that we certainly, and I'm sure we touched on it earlier, but just the way that ball comes out of the sky, and if it's right up there, it's got a bit of a drift, and you know, we were talking about having to get our hands up above our eyes to catch it so you can gauge, because most of the time, 1 second the ball's in there, and before you know it, it's dropped on you, and you could be bobbling it around down to the ground. So certainly not the easiest of catches, certainly when they're coming out of the sky. But you know, we'd all like to think, even at our ripe old age, we should still be taking those kind of catches.
Yeah. They used to say blue skies catch above your eyes.
Yep.
What do they say about a swirling wind?
Well, that's something else. That's I think that's there's a quote for to come out of this tournament for that one at some point. I don't think anyone's figured out the quote yet, because no one's quite figured out how to get to it.
Nice solid shot down to long on as Stephen moves to 44. Trevor Gripper looking to close out his half century, sitting on 48.
Punching another one down to long on.
Yep, keeping the scoreboard ticking over.
The Americans commentating on the field to their bowler, saying, well bowled.
Oh. And we haven't seen too many extras from the Americans. They've been bowling quite tidily.
They have. Yeah, very good disciplined bowling there. Not too many that are given away.
finding the gap. Ooh. Oh, Trevor loft one on 49, and he, oh, and that's how he moves to his 50.
That it grips.
It grips. It dropped.
But if you look at the shadows there, Mark, I think that ball is coming straight from the sun.
Yep.
Poor gent.
Let's see how that's going to cost them. Dropping Trevor Gripper on his 50. He's haven't given me any chances, but he's very lucky to get a half century at the hands of the man at deep square. Oh,
Very finely touched there by Trenchy. And fine run by the fielder and big solid throw in.
well done. They're both batsmen here have faced 65 balls. As Trenchy, as we refer to him as, Stephen has moves to 47. Trevor is obviously on 50. Good partnership here.
Mr. Nicol, I see you've come back to join us.
I just wanted to get a score and see the 50s. Hopefully we get two. One's already come up with a drop catch. One more to come. Hopefully from Trenchy. For a second there's a picture of Sean Bell. Man who's damaged his thumb, gone for x-rays this morning.
Every time the kill just bad boy over there and we talk about it. And has been so this partnership is 88 runs, a vital partnership.
Oh, that's a lovely
Make
shot.
that 92 run partnership.
Yeah, good shot.
A wonderful partnership, giving Zim a fighting chance of not only being competitive in this game, but potentially we on the front foot. So, Mark, while you've joined us in the commentary box, can you tell us where are you from? Where did you first find your love of this game?
She's on the side of a cricket field in Gwanda. Very, very hot place in Matabele Land South or Battered Mealy Land South, depending on the weather. And yeah, playing in the districts leagues there as a youngster. I was towed around from field to field in the weekends. Great times.
Do they have Wi-Fi in Gwanda?
I don't
your
know.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah, I don't know. I think at one stage they were digging a big trench. Oh, full toss.
Good this
Straight
be.
getting in.
Good speed there by the fielder. He's covered it
Great
nicely,
fielding.
picked it up. He's got a
Gripper reluctantly coming back for the second after Trenchard pushes him. No, so Gwanda did have some fiber optic cables laid through it. Whether or not it decided to be broken off and shine up the light.
Or was it just passing through?
Pretty sure there's some good Wi-Fi in Gwanda. And hello to everybody in Gwanda. Gwanda Cricket Club was a wonderful place. Now got a fuel station on it. So those country district days were pretty good fun. We used to have cricket out at Inyati. That's the Streak family.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Heath Streak, an absolute legend of the game and a person we first met as young boys playing at Inyati.
That's it.
What a powerful shot. Blocked off his back foot through what would be cow area.
So the Huckle family as well. residents of Inyati and that great cricket club. Adam Huckle obviously played cricket for Zimbabwe, a great leg spinner, shown in the Bob Wilmer video with all the leg spin variations. John Rennie played out at Inyati Cricket Club. You're sensing a bit of a theme here. Our league used to be pretty loaded for and in favour of Inyati.
Yeah. Pretty strong lineup as well, I would.
Yeah, I think probably Inyati, if you translate that, does that not mean buffalo?
100%.
Fair comment to all those stalwarts you've just brought up.
Yep. So playing in those district leagues, there were the likes of Mark Decker. He was a Esigodini boy, so someone different. Esigodini, obviously the hometown of Falcon College. So Esigodini struggled regularly to make a side and just lobbed in the first team cricketers to fill up the side, always competitive. Mark Decker, another former Zimbabwean cricket player. He's got the interesting statistic of having carried his bat in a test match for Zimbabwe against Pakistan in Pakistan, if I'm not mistaken. I think in the great days of Wasim and Waka, an opening batsman, Mark Decker, left not out at the end of the innings.
No easy feat for sure.
No.
Yeah.
That's it.
Plumtree, another great shot.
That's a good shot. Go ball.
Late delayed
As well
cut
to pick that up.
One more.
to pick up 2 runs.
Grip's not pushing hard here. He's looking to stay there for the long haul, right?
Yep, I think he's playing anchor, but an anchor with momentum. And Stephen Trenchard, I think once he gets 2 runs, I think we're going to see a very different Stephen Trenchard.
Yeah.
As if I would imagine a little guy inside his brain pressing a few buttons right now.
Yes. Programming that.
That better is starting to flutter a bit. Get that 50 and then he will certainly start trying to do what comes more naturally to him for sure.
That's 105 this partnership is worth,
Oh.
and how valuable it's been so far.
So you were asking about the teams in the Matabeleland country districts setup. One of the things that I must mention is Plumtree. Plumtree had obviously the school and then the Fig Tree Farmers, and was the home of Henry Alonga, a famous Zimbabwean cricketer. So certainly some names came out of that Matabeleland country district side over the years.
I'm glad you took that conversation from Gwanda to the whole of Matabeleland. And
Listen, talking about Gwanda Cricket Club is my passion, but I will spare the listeners and you all that at the moment.
oh, could be a run out.
No,
No. Good thing.
Needs to wake up. Sorry, are we live on air? Did I say that out loud?
It's always easier from the sidelines, I think.
I think some good communication there early on sent Trenchard back, and everyone's safe and happy.
Yep.
To face the next ball. And this partnership has gone for 107 runs and has been incredibly valuable to Zimbabwe, and we wouldn't want that to be split up through a run out.
Oh, there's one more team worth mentioning in the Matabeleland leagues. That's the Wangi Cricket Club, one of the best grounds in that whole region. Wangi were an amazing team. They used to ask us to play Saturday afternoons and Sunday morning games, and then aim to take the people out from Gwanda to Vic Falls, the bright lights on Saturday night, and distract them for the night, and then win the game on the Sunday with very, very tired opposition on the field.
Is that because you didn't play in the mornings because they were doing game drives through there, or
just Wangi's a long way to drive to.
whereabouts is Wangi in for our listeners? Oh, he's still thinking. He's thinking. He's winding up his arm. No batteries in that arm. He's happy.
That's close.
Oh no, he was getting itchy with that right arm.
Trevor Gripper got given against England, against one of the umpires, and he certainly had a slow death finger when it was put up.
Yeah. So Mark, just going back to you.
Yes. So Wangi is a the home of a big coal mine in Zimbabwe. It's also the home of the biggest national park in Zimbabwe, Wildlife National Park. So interesting on those two fronts. But it's 100 kilometers south of the Great Victoria Falls, the seventh, or maybe not seventh, but a fabulous place, a natural wonder second to none.
Yep.
Home to many hotels and places of entertainment. And Saturday nights at Vic Falls were certainly something not to be missed.
Yeah, we've
Very
certainly
much so. Guys,
we've,
taking a
we,
quick second.
we've done our job of enticing people to come and visit Vic Falls with the whitewater rafting, bungee jumping. Oh, and Stephen Trenchard moves to 50 of 70 balls. And
Yeah. Let's
watch
see what
this
happens
space.
with the cockroach now. Come on, buddy. Final.
His partnership, 115 now. Oh, there it is.
That's
It's a
gone.
big one. And it gone all the way.
Yeah. Nicely done.
What a good shot, Trevor Gripper. Looking to get a hold of Farouk on his last ball there. Gone for 6. As Zimbabwe takes this game to USA. $151 for 2 after 28 overs, chasing 289. Trenchard on 51 and Gripper looking very strong on 72. 2 overs to drinks. I'm sure the American team will be looking to reset at drinks with a different game plan. And I'm sure Zimbabwe will want to increase what they're doing at the moment. Wickets in hand and keep the tempo up. Okay. New bowler. So, new bowler, Hamid. Oh, there we go. Hamid Qureshi. We'll call that a leggy.
Nice to see the boys still trying to rotate the strike. It's 2 there. It's going, maybe. Nicely done there by Mr. Gripper. Battle round to a very fine leg.
Was another big shot by
Another big shot. So
Oh,
one bounce 4, couple of feet short of the boundary. Yeah, it might be a couple of overs till drinks, but I don't see these guys wanting to hold back if they can. Field just being slightly readjusted. So we've got a kind of backward Kyle position, long on, long off. Got a sweeper, 3 on the off, 2 on the leg side up close for the singles.
Oh, I don't think so. One more to drinks. I think Trenchy looking to get some fluids into him, but he has to wait another over.
Mm. Mm. I don't think you'll be hearing from Mark for the next minute or so. He's just grabbed his hamstring, which just pulled on a massive cramp on him, almost knocked him off his chair. The toils of age and exercise, the odd little sharp reminders.
This commentating is grueling. We'll call it a contact sport between furniture and chair.
Got a new bowler on here, Mr. Desai.
Yep. Came right at the end, didn't he?
Mm.
I wonder what his reason for picking number 529 is. Maybe he walked 529 miles. Maybe he'd walked
Oh, there we go.
529. Nice.
Trenchard looking to want to come back. Gripper sending him back, just saying hold tight. Another one squeezed down to square leg, both fine leg and the deep square leg running up to collect.
You think they're just going to pick up singles? See the over out?
I think that would be the
Might
best
just be
strategy,
one ball left.
You never know with Trenchy. Give him half a chance. Don't think he'll let it slide.
Desai started well. He's only gone for the 2 runs off his 5 balls, which is huge in the context of the game.
There we
And
go.
Stephen
Trenchy's
Trenchard
cockroach comes out.
pick that out of the maths classroom, interrupt extra lessons, and apologies. There we go. Some school kids come back with it already. No, he's not going to wait for drinks before he plans the attack.
Yeah. Very well played there on that last ball. Little whip off the legs and off it went. All the boys are coming in. All the future padded up batsmen are coming in to have a quick chat as well. Obviously game plans being set. The Americans are getting into their water. A couple of them lying down. Possibly a bit of physio here and there.
Yep. Stephen Trenchard's on 59. Trevor Gripper 81. 168 for 2 after 30 overs, chasing 289. Please keep those comments coming in. Let us know who you're supporting, where you're messaging from. And those who have messaged, if you have a change in your mindset as to who is going to win this game, as I see there's a lot of support for America at the beginning of the game. And just keen to hear from those same people if they still think the game is in their favor. for a gap. Welcome back after the break, the much needed drinks break for I think both sides. Get some water in them. Oh, oh, look at that half chance. Nope, actually bouncing short. Trevor starting the charge from ball one after drinks. So Raymond, tell us a bit about the pitches in terms of what you've been used to.
Well, Mark, you know are you talking about this tournament
Versus, sorry, I am as uh, what you're used to and what you've seen in Zim, and when compared to Cape Town, very similar in terms of the pitches you've been preparing with.
I guess I could say so, Mark. You know, unfortunately, most of my preparation has been done at home. Like I said, my own net at home, and that's off concrete. So the ball obviously comes off quite hard and fast there. The game we had day before yesterday against Canada, obviously, I went in for, I think it was an over in 2 balls or 1 ball. I thought the ball came on quite nicely. There was one that I could have probably paddled down again, down to fine leg. Instead, I tried to punch it over the top of 6 and just hit the top of the bat. Didn't quite reach long on. It rushed me a little bit, somewhat. So, yeah, I can't say I've had too much experience on these pitches down here yet. Obviously, always chewing at the bit to get a bat. But looking at this pitch today, I think we were even talking about in the field here, you know, if you play the good balls appropriately and the bad ball comes even slightly short, it'll sit up and you can have a good go at it. So we'll just see if our boys can capitalize on this scenario. I mean, the truth is, you've had the most of experience of all these pitches down here. I'm sure you'd be able to fill us in for all those listeners back home who play a bit of cricket and what it's actually like batting on these pitches.
Yeah, I think most of them are well prepared, in being that they've been rolled the hell out of them, but they don't really crumble. They are slow and low wickets. Usually there's moisture in the morning, especially if we've had any cloud cover or fog that's come through, or any light drizzle, which we've had now and again. But low and fairly slow, especially in the afternoon. I think a big factor, regardless of the pitches, is the wind, which you keep coming back to, which plays into the hand of a slower bowler, rolling into the wind.
So the Americans just setting up their field. For those viewers at home, they can't see the field. To the right-handed batsman, Trevor Gripper, they've put somewhat deep mid-wicket. And then a deep backward of square. They've got the very deep long on, deep long off, and they've got the cover fielder out past the covers. Then we've got a backward of point, extra cover position, a shorter catching mid-wicket position, middle wicket position, and then the fine leg.
So the rule after 30 overs is that you only have to have 4 in the ring. So you have to have 4 inside the 30-yard circle, or could be an overthrow. So they've only got 4 inside the ring, which is the maximum. So 5 outside. And I think they sense that these 2 are going to take the game aerial, and they know that there will be a few chances here and there. So Shankar comes in, or no, he doesn't. Goes back for a dead ball.
Probably had a gust of wind that stopped him. Who knows?
Little single. So Vinod Motwani reckons that Paul the Octopus has chosen USA are going to win this game. Judging by that shot,
as they push in for the second, get back quite comfortably. Trevor Gripper, they're probably picking the longest of the boundaries, I think, to go for that 6. Lofted up into the air. Bit of wind stoppage, maybe. Didn't quite travel. And he puts one into this one. Is it going over the fielder?
Oh, and that's the end of a fine innings from Trevor Gripper. Caught at cow, chasing another boundary. And in comes Dougie Morelia, the captain.
What's interesting is he put a lot more into that one.
He did. He went outside the off stump and then had to fetch it. So Trevor Gripper playing a fine innings.
Yeah. Well then, Grips. Very good.
So Trevor Gripper caught by Sika in the deep there. Bowled by Shankar for 87, faced 92 balls. That's 9 fours, 2 sixes with a strike rate of 95. Almost going a runner ball. Well batted, Trevor. Let's hope that Douglas Morelia can continue. Douglas Morelia can keep can keep the fire in his belly too.
No, it is. Douglas Morelia, who's steadied the ship somewhat on most of our innings that we've been having. He'll be hoping to do the same and help push on from where he's been batting.
Dougie wasting no time. Off the mark, first ball. With a punch drive for a single. To take the strike of the next over. And he's very confident, is Dougie. He's been batting very well. He's no stranger to international cricket. Having played many one-day internationals for the national side in the late 90s, 2000s. And he still has an incredible eye and a good cricketing brain. Skippering the side on this tour. You think a runner ball will see it through? So you think that's the plan? Do you think how they're going to...
Yeah, just judging by the guy's shots.
Reverse sweep. Didn't come, made good contact, went straight to the fielder. And it is telegraphing the signal that a few inventive shots are needed to keep the strike rate up, keep the tempo going. They do have 5 in the deep. So low and hard, and a runner ball, I think we'll see Zim home. What do you say,
Yeah,
Raymond?
no, I think so, buddy. I think they'll start looking to, they'll definitely be looking to keep the singles going, and just wait for the bad one and hopefully put that away. I think as long as we can keep going at that kind of tempo, with wickets still in hand. There, Dougie sweeps, kind of paddles, sweeps one down past fine leg for 4. Looking at picking the holes. It's good at it's good. That's definitely what Dougie's good at. And you'll see him start working the field, especially with all the holes.
Yeah, but I'll do that I don't need to do it. Play music at lunch from about 1 to 3:30
Dougie looks to reverse that one to the gap that's behind him. Unfortunately, missing on that. Boys get together in the middle there. Americans hustling around the field back into their positions as Murilli and Trenchy. Dougie look at the scoreboard and obviously assess everything. We know that Dougie's mental aptitude will be definitely coming into play and talking through anyone he's batting with, what they should be doing, how they should be going, and just encouraging and keeping the spirits up in the middle and the beneath. As Trenchy rocks back and hits one through mid-wicket, that ball whistling through, I think, mid-wicket's mitts there, giving him a bit of a sting on the way through. A little bit of an aggressive one. Dougie to face. I think we're certainly seeing some intent there, Marky. There is some intent.
Yeah, I think our viewers also know that. Judging by the comments, they know how powerful Dougie is when he gets hold of the ball. We've certainly seen that over the last couple of games, leading up to the World Cup and in the Africa campaign. He's batted very well.
Dougie punching a very fast single. Oh, and he looks short, unfortunately.
Oh, unfortunately, a run out there.
Very good fielding there. Picked up and side throw to the stumps.
Dougie is left wanting, just picking up the 6 runs off the 7 balls, and unfortunately his innings has come to a close through a run out, which is a terrible shame for the Zimbabwean campaign in this game, as Zimbabwe now find themselves 185.
We're just having a few technical difficulties on the pitch vision side. The guys are just trying to find and replay that run out for you. They're definitely on the ball.
Gavin Rainey, also an international cricketer. He had an excellent knock yesterday. Also missing out on his 100. He batted incredibly well, gave us a fighting chance being in that game yesterday. He also picked up a couple of wickets. He's a genuine all-rounder and a great competitor of this game.
Absolutely. Fine gentleman to boot.
To go. I think he'll take the result. Another 4 going down through fine leg for Stephen Trenchard.
Weird that. Sure it was Trenchy. Yeah, it was Trenchy. Coming in more towards after school, a few more people now jumping on the benches and trying to follow the cricket. Some of the school kids left behind still sitting on the blocks.
Those are what you call cricket supporters, as opposed to break time supporters.
Bit of a difference.
$100 to get. Zimbabwe. 190 for 4 now. Now the target moves under 100. I think mentally that's a milestone overcome, that we're within 100. Still got quite a few wickets in hand. Still some good batting to come.
Absolutely. Is that 4?
I think that was
Oh,
4 runs. It's gone over the ball in hand. Tell you what, he did an incredible job of getting
cheapers. I think he got that.
A hand to that.
And while it was in his hand, he happened to roll over onto the boundary rope.
But a powerful shot from Stephen Trenchard. Probably took him and the ball over the boundary.
Yeah.
He did very well there. Perhaps Stephen Trenchard did really well. The fielder did, at least. Otherwise, he might have picked that ball out of Woolworths.
Trenchy's starting to mix it up now with the reverse sweep as well. He's definitely looking for a good hockey shot connection there. Or reverse tomahawk, as we would call it. I think he may change his mind on this one. There it goes to the square. Same field as bobbled it. It's running to the rope, but he's safe. He's got it. They ran back to two. Ran back for two.
It's loud.
Seven off this over thus far. Boys knowing that they need to go to at least, I'm guessing 10 and over there. At a quick glance. Probably look for the single here. Give Trenchy the strike on the other side. There we go. Looks like they're running in. They're going to push for two. Field's running in as well.
Good running.
Good running by the fielder. Zimbabwean bunch there down in the tent are congratulating the guys on the movement of legs.
So here we move into the last 60 balls. The last 10 overs. And needing the 91, huh?
Keep a tempo of at least 9 and over.
Similar to yesterday, actually, in the last 10 overs.
Hopefully we'll be looking to push earlier. Some of those wickets in hand, some of the hitters we have behind us. Who knows what words come out from the dugout. We'll certainly know by Gavin Rennie's intent off the first couple of balls here.
So Gavin Rennie and his brother are amongst many Zimbabwean cricketers who have played for the national side who are brothers. I think Gavin and John Rennie. I think we all know the famous Flower brothers, Grant and Andy. There's many brothers, being the Strangs, Paul and Brian Strang. Actually, Paul and Brian are cousins to my better half, Colleen. And Paul is still very much active in the game. You have the Campbells, you have the Murphys, you have the Matambanadzos. There are plenty of brothers. Can make up a national team just in brothers alone.
Gav there punches one down to his long on.
I wonder why Zimbabwean brothers, that we've got so many to be proud of. You think it's just because we had so much space in Zim that you and your brother would go into the back garden and just go nuts, throw balls at him, sometimes lofted, sometimes at him?
Do you know what, Mark? It's interesting you say that. I was just thinking that I think there's a lot of backyard cricket that's played between family members at home. And like most sportsmen, that's hit.
What a wonderful shot. Another one bounce four by Stephen Trenchard.
Yeah.
As another 4, he moves to 81.
But yeah, Mark, I think coming back to if anyone in their right mind that loves sport and is competitive with it, you can imagine a couple of brothers having goes at each other, complaining about what the rules are, not wanting to go out, being bowled, that kind of thing, bowling at them, bowling at the wickets, trying to hurt them half the time, just in good old brotherly love camaraderie. And I think that inspires, for a good cricket era to come through families, I think.
Well, perhaps, I think it's not just lent to brothers. I mean, you've got the Carlyles. Actually, Stu's our coach, manager, selector. And a sister who obviously played hockey, went on to play hockey for South Africa too. Good genes. Good genes, 10,000 hours, and an endless supply of balls from your parents, eh?
Yep, that's it. I think we've got a lot to thank for our parents.
Oh, dropped. Gavin Rennie sending one into deep square, and they
Some overthrows.
and an overthrow to make matters worse. Drop catch and overthrows won't go down very well. Gavin Rennie survives another ball, and so does Zimbabwe's campaign continues in a positive spirit.
That hit him hard, though. I think that fielder didn't quite realize how quickly that was coming to him. Hit him square in the chest, popped up, and had another go. And that's a shot.
Flat bat.
Flat bat, straight back.
Might pick up two. Is
That
got a good
definitely
run.
going.
It's on. Well done, Stephen Trenchard, for pushing the second.
Yeah.
And not just our wonderful game that we play. I mean, you've got the Black brothers, Wayne and Byron in tennis, and Cara, who went on to be a Wimbledon champion.
Yeah.
Actually, with Wayne in a mixed doubles, and she was very, very successful as a doubles player too.
Yeah, I certainly think these sporting families that have that inspiration within them to push on and go into the big leagues from school. I'm guessing we also lose a lot of talent from Zim going across to greener pastures. But nice to see that we've had some good heritage come through and some lovely cricketers shaping up, showing us that they can play cricket in the era now. This game obviously bringing in a few more countries, more than in the yesteryear, I would say. And the competition and
So another 4 from Stephen Trenchard. A lofted cover drive, picking up an easy 4 of a wide drifting delivery. As he moves to 85 of 94 balls. I think we saw this coming, didn't we, once he got his 50?
Yeah, we knew he was going to start having a go, and I'm not looking to put any commentator's curse on it, so we'll just stick with Trenchy, keep doing what he must do, and we hope he can pull it off.
What did you say?
Get up. Get up. 6.
Well, there we go. Another 6 came very close. I don't think I've seen Raymond Buchanan feel any more nervous than right now. Introducing himself to the commentator's curse.
Yep, that's why I said I don't want to go any further. He must just
Well
do what he
done.
does. And
Well done, Stephen Trenchard, with
boy.
another 6. 10 off the last 2. 10 off the last 2 or 14 off the last 3? Wonderful, wonderful. Last 3 balls, 14 runs as Stephen Trenchard moves to 95.
Sitting in the sun.
Oh. I think Sharma is looking to finish this over as quick as he can.
Not easy.
No, not easy conditions in the last 10 overs for any bowler, especially when there's wickets in hand. And good keeping, very good keeping. Stephen Trenchard just being tested from a stumping opportunity for Sharma.
There we go.
Good running. Good running.
Yeah, nice hard running. Finished that too. even before the field if we get to it.
Stephen Trenchard moves to 97. 99 deliveries.
Zimbabwe now looking 227 for 4 off their 37.
$62 to get. Still proving to be a glorious day, Raymond.
Very much so, Mark. Very much so. The wind is still up, not as much as it was, but it's still going.
Yep. Probably not the best place to be on a beach. Sand peppering you right now, but couldn't think of a better place to be commentating with you, watching this sport we all love. I think that's what the World Cup is all about, is making friends, being competitive, trying to win, but having good games, good spirited games, and growing the sport, especially at Masters level. And I think that's what we've already achieved today from both teams. It's been a wonderful display. Already we've seen over 500 runs in a day, and we're not finished yet.
Nope. We'll just log back onto the live chat just to have a look, see what everyone's saying.
Oh, there's another big one. There's an opportunity in the deep. And he's actually taken it on the second opportunity.
Oh, he picked it. Not an easy catch into the
second. He took a second grab. He did take it. Gavin Rennie's not sure if he did take it, but I think he did fairly cleanly on the second attempt. And that's the end of Gavin Rennie. Here we go. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Not an easy catch, looking up into the sun directly, I'm pretty sure.
He did have a run up to the second attempt. It was about 10 balls prior. He had exactly the same thing happen, and Gavin survived it.
But in next is Arch Harley coming in. Arch Harley, who was had a good go at the last Africa Cup that we played in, managed to get batsman of the tournament.
He got 100.
He did indeed.
I shared a partnership with him and enjoyed every minute of it. Well, he took apart the bowlers one by one, and hopefully we can see the same thing again from him today. Not that we're biased.
No.
Dressed in Zim kit.
No.
Who's gone off?
So welcome to the crease, Arch Harley. Stephen Trenchard moves to 97 off his 99 balls. Zim 229 for 5 after 37.3.
Bit more banter and the likes coming from the field, hands clapping amongst the USA team.
Well, they're upbeat about their two fairly quick wickets. Stephen Trenchard is still there, though. It's the man they're going to be looking to get out. Arch Harley looking to get off the mark. In fine fashion. Oh, yep, well fielded. Combo. 2 runs to Arch Harley. asked me to come up, so if you guys are here. No, I'm fine, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Ben.
Wonder what they'd be saying right now, right?
Do you know, but I'm thinking that they would just be saying, buddy, watch that ball onto the bat, find the spaces, and when it's good to go, make it go.
Yeah, I think seven overs to go, and what was that, 68 to get.
Be ready for the quick singles, the quick turnaround for the 2.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to risk too many more wickets. It's very, very, very evenly poised game at the moment, actually. If the USA get 2 more quick wickets, I think they will have a lot of belief that they can close this out. And I think if Zimbabwe put on another 30 runs in the next 3 overs, they too will have a lot of belief that they can close this out in the last 4 at least. So watch the space for the next 3 overs. I think the game will identify who's going to win it based on the next 18 balls. What do you say?
Yeah, I think we've just got to stay positive, but it's going to happen. We've got to make it happen. I'm sure the Team USA will be wanting to hold us down. Big loud 2 for Trenchy. 2 USA players going for the ball at the same time. And just coming back to some of the comments here, Mark, I see some people have, obviously you have to excuse us, there's so many cricketing families. You've got the Whittles who are cousins. You've got the Currans who are currently in the UK. So yeah, the list keeps on coming.
Yeah,
so
quite
thank
right.
you guys.
Yeah, there's plenty. We could have kept going there. I think we had a break in commentary. There's many brothers. The Murphy brothers, we touched on them too.
Well done, Chauncey.
That's a wonderful knock
yeah.
for a man who deserved every
That's good.
100 off 101 balls. It's
Well done, buddy.
a runner ball, just shy off, and he deserved everything he gets out of that. A man who has been longing for that. Over half a dozen innings, I would say, and he's certainly paid it in gold today. Well done to him. Do you think this will even pick up his tempo even more?
You know what, Mark? I didn't want to say it, but I think you've just read my mind. I'll be surprised if he holds back now.
Little chap in his head pressing a couple more buttons, or
like, okay. But I think he still needs to hold fort. Nothing too crazy. Just when it's there, he must go.
he's still the anchor, eh?
Mm-hmm.
And we all know that Arch Harley can hit a ball long and hard with those levers. He's played the game in Australia competitively. He was also looking to play for the national side at one point. But I think, if I'm correct, he also played Zim Schools. Oh,
6.
and that's a big 6.
It's a big 6 over extra cover.
Yep, those long levers we've just referenced. Tell you what, the last shot of day before yesterday's game against Canada, maybe in frustration, but he hit a 6, a good 100 meters plus
I was
into
definitely
the
on
neighbors. Unfortunately, we did lose by 2 runs, but I was very happy to have got that.
Nope.
No,
Nope. Picked up by the sweeper there. Run back for 2.
run back for 2.
Yeah, Mark, I was fortunate or unfortunate enough, whichever way you look at it, depending the result. But I got to see him wallop that last one, and he did it. in a way that looked a lot more comfortable,
Mm.
being the last ball, and man, it just middled and went, hey?
Mm. So overs go. 11 off the over of Kumar's first over. Maybe a little bit too many for what he would like, but not a terrible over, eh?
No, considering the runs, the overs left, you won't be too disappointed.
47 off 6. I doubt any of the viewers are going anywhere. Not sure where you are in the world, but if you can, make yourself a cup of coffee and survive the next 25 minutes of cricket. Regardless of the teams, the standard, wherever you are, if you're a cricket lover, this is going to be an exciting game to watch. We'll see the end of it at least.
So they've got the sweeper, the long off and long on out for Stephen Trenchard, the backward of Kyle and deep backward of Square, all out on the boundary.
Well, as far as viewers are we gone, there's over 300 people now watching. Let's put them all down to cricket lovers.
Punch that away.
And I think that too has gone maximum.
That's gone maximum, surely. What are they calling?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He also, there we go.
Amazingly enough,
Well,
on the last, on the Africa Cup, Trenchy played a shot like that, and that's how he tore his bicep, and it's amazing to see him back at good strength, hitting balls like that again.
Yeah, just what we've
running back for 2, off they go. Trenchy's got the leg.
Whoa, good running.
That's good running.
That's what we want to see in the last few overs. But kudos to the man from America there who was at long on, who doesn't hesitate to say it went for 6. He that's what I think this part of this tournament is all about, is the spirit and the fashion, the way that you play the game. And
absolutely,
umpire did ask for a bit of honesty, and he didn't even think twice, saying that it went for 6. So that's what we want to see from this type of cricket.
Bang. Trenchy punches another one straight back over the bowler's head. 1 bounce forward, look like. Split the side screens.
And we're talking about those 18 balls being vital to see who's going to win this game. And I think we're into ball 9, going into ball 10. And we've seen 30 runs being added to that. 24 runs to be added to that already. As Zimbabwe look closer to reaching their target of another 35 runs. 5.2 overs. A lot of discussion going on with the Americans as to where the field placing should be, who should be bowling next. All you Zimbabwean viewers, I think the striking resemblance of universals. If that means anything to anybody?
Charlie now to face with the 1 ball left to go. Be interesting to see what he does here.
Proud mother-in-law to Trenchy, Veronica DeVette. Well batted, Trenchy, proud mother-in-law. It's quite cool when your mother-in-law calls you by your surname, hey? And when your mother-in-law says well done, you know you've done something pretty good.
Right. Yeah. The outlaw has spoken, and it's a good word. So Arch Harley there, obviously just batting off that last ball to keep Trenchy on strike.
And I think we got nearly close on 340 viewers now. Cricket lovers are telling their families to
Come and
dial
watch
in.
the game.
Maybe Vital Trading have stopped trading and they're all watching. Jason DeVette and everyone else at Trenchy's workplace.
Trenchy probably gonna, nope.
As the total moves to 256 for 5. So we just started the 40th over. Needing 33. Stephen Trenchard on 114. Now Arch Harley on 10. Ooh, we wouldn't want to run out now.
As he
Oh,
pops that one over the head for 4. Over the
a lofted late cut.
yeah.
And the man that was slightly, what do you call him, a third man on the ring, and it goes for 4. Arch Harley moves to 14 off his 10. The Zimbabwean dressing room, sorry, the Zimbabwean tent looking quite animated at the moment. Very, a lot of belief. There's this belief in the changing room. And what have we been saying?
Yep.
It's all about belief. And I think Zimbabwean do believe right now. Oh, unlucky. And they've got their man.
Yep.
America will have a lot of belief right now themselves as they get Stephen Trenchard. As he's looking to get under it and pull it, he ends up getting a top edge, and wonderful to see that all the Americans are coming to congratulate Stephen for a fabulous innings, put Zimbabwe in the pound seats. There's a lot of hope.
Yeah.
A lot of proud people there. Well done, Stephen. So, newcomer to the crease, Pete Rink. You don't have to know much about his cricket background to know and see that if he hits the ball, you're going to find it in another postcode. Hopefully we see some of that over the course of the next few overs. International cricketer, played for the men's side. Pete lives in the UK. He's head of cricket at a school in the UK. Runs their program. I'm sure he's got a few of his students, fellow teachers, family watching him, and hopefully egging him on to close this game out.
Punches that one safely into the ground through the extra covers. Four more overs to go. Arch and Pete both looking back at the scoreboard, obviously having a bit of a chat. I think we all know what they're talking about.
What a wonderful game of cricket, right?
Absolutely, bud. Absolutely.
Before it all heats up, I think an opportunity to thank all the people that we're sitting with here who's made this all possible, from Pitch Vision, all working tirelessly, keeping the scoreboard up, keeping all the viewers going. And without them, there would be no visuals here.
Yeah, they've done an absolutely fine job, Mark. Still doing so. The scorers to our left.
Scorers to the left of me, scorers to the right of me.
Here we go.
And here I am, stuck in the middle with you, hey? Oh, and a dropped catch. Oh, not sure.
So Pete is sitting back on it and trying to cut away, being dropped at like a deep gully third man. Single taken.
Some of the viewers are saying, why haven't they not changing the bowlers and slowing it down and getting them to catch in the deep? And I think that's actually what they are doing. So very different conditions, very different conditions with the wind here. I don't think the viewers really have a deep understanding of how windy Cape Town does get. And although this is not very windy, it's playing a big part right now. Not easy to take these catches. The sun is 45 degrees looking into you if you're looking towards the mountain. Give you a sense of how difficult it is with a swirling wind. Coupled with nerves. I think both sides have got nerves going on right now. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh.
That Arch got hit
very hard.
Very hard. And
very hard.
That's not easy. And
yeah,
he is in pain.
Yeah. No,
he's in a lot of pain. And oh, I think one good thing is that the physio, and we do have a medic on site.
It certainly had a good thwack when it hit, eh? That felt like it went through. Whatever it hit, it went through onto it, that's for sure.
Yeah. If you are part of the Harley family, don't worry, Arch will be fine. He's a tough kid. Good opportunity to take some fluids in, rethink what's going on.
So for those of you at home, you've got obviously the trees in the mountain background. Arch is just getting up onto his feet, bit of a pat on the back. He's giving his feet a bit of a shuffle, and I think we're back into game on. As Mark was saying, he's a tough boy,
and he will not let this moment ride by. Adrenaline will keep him going. He'll deal with the injury later, whatever that is. He wants to be part of this game. He wants to win it for his team. He wants to get this over the line. Contributed with the ball and the bat.
Yes, yeah.
Sensible. Not every ball has to go to the boundary. Would be nice. 3 overs and 2 balls to do it. 3 overs and 3 balls to do it.
Oh, as he splices that one, third man's running through. They turn around, going for the second. Throw comes in, looking for overthrows. No,
And they pick up 2.
they pick up the 2.
As Charlie moves to 18 or 14, more than a runner ball. Last ball of the over. Let's see what he can do with it. Yep, into the gap. Will he be able to run, come back for 2? Yes, there's a fumble. And they pick up the second. So 7 off the over. Probably on par for what they need.
Arch still giving himself a bit of a rub.
Yep. 3 overs to get. 3 overs, 18 balls to get 20 runs. Just more than a runner ball. The USA team huddles, coming up with a different strategy, perhaps. Asking each other, what will we do differently? How are we going to break this? What are we going to do?
I think it also quite a good little ploy to use, which you're more than legally used to, allowed to use, just to break down the momentum a bit, slow the game down, and take each over by over, so the batsmen have longer time to think about what they have to do. So we've got Pete Rinke facing now. We've got a short fine leg, deep square leg. We've got almost a deep mid wicket. We've got a deep Kyle long on. We've got deep long off. We've got a cover sweeper, and the 4 in are backward of point, third man deep gully, and someone fielding in the covers short.
And here comes Ashley Sharma again, who
Always
just the single.
Just the single.
Need a little bit more than a runner ball, but that's sensible.
That's going to be looked to be called a wide, I think.
Yeah, well left, Charlie. Bowler always feels differently. Thinks he can negotiate with the umpire afterwards, but unfortunately, maybe a little bit wide. Fair call by the umpire. Good ball for a single. Well done to Sharma.
For some of those that are asking, where's the review option?
We are it. We are your commentators / third umpires. We're as honest as it gets. And we're ably assisted by 5 pitch vision people who shake their heads, and we give the nod out when it happens. No, in all honesty, there is no third umpire. We're privileged to have pitch vision give the visuals to us, but the technology in third umpire is not there.
Ooh. That was close.
I think that's also a fair call.
Yep, that's.
I think back leg going down. I think that's could make it very interesting. But
so Pete Rinke there looking to, I think, sweep across the line a bit, getting down on the one knee. Unfortunately, not getting the bat on it. And yep, I think the decision is correct, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm happy.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, off the screen right now. Yeah.
Okay, here comes Mark Nicol. I think you heard him in the commentary a little bit earlier. He can hit a long ball, and I think that's what he loves to do. Doesn't like to hang around.
I think the
But
situation
it's,
will.
I think it will. You know,
Yeah.
he loves the idea of being. He's a pressure cooker. He runs a business in a pressure cooker situation, and he knows how to handle it. I think he can do the same here. He does think of himself as a 6 or nix, but
Yep.
I think we'd like to think of him more 6 or 6 kind
Yeah,
of
absolutely.
chap today. So we're almost 390 people, 380 people watching this. It certainly coming more live. I think not knowing if everyone's from the USA or Zimbabwe, I think there are a lot of people who are outside of both of those nations who've picked up the game, and perhaps other players in the World Cup, other teams watching, seeing what's going on. But this is definitely closing out to be a very interesting game.
Absolutely.
As Zimbabwe need 17 runs to win off just 12 balls. Suddenly, momentum
has changed
somewhat with a wicket and not many runs. Pressure on Zimbabwe, probably.
Yep, I would say so. But I think with Arch having dealt with this situation against Canada, he's obviously experienced what it's like to try and chase the runs. Unfortunately, we were short by 2 in that game, and I'm sure he's going to be looking to do things his way to try and push it over the edge. And of course, all the Team USA got their tails up, and it's boding well for an exciting finish, Mark.
Having commentated on 93 overs, I'm glued to my seat, and this is what cricket's all about and why we all play it. Oh, that's a big hit for 6. Charlie, you little biscuit, as it travels to the boundary, through the gate, onto the road, find it in the library for 6 runs. Well done. Tell you what, it was a lot closer than you think.
Yep, it just was flat.
Yep. I think he's rubbed off any injury he had. He's long forgotten about that. As Zimbabwe need just the 11, with a few of the fielders taking to the ground to get some energy, stretching their legs, or maybe asking other people to help them right now. How's that be? Zimbabwe perhaps back in their favor somewhat.
Yeah, Mark, it's interesting you put in that phrase just 11, but when you're out there and you know that just 11 needs to be gotten, the pressure's definitely on for both sides, especially the batsmen, and more importantly, the bowlers themselves. You've bowled at the end a few times. I'm sure you've had this pressure on you as a bowler, and you know you've got the weight of the team on your shoulders. And how do you pull through that one, Mark? What would you be saying to that bowler right now?
Yep, you got to get it in the block hole. Pull it either full and wide or right in the block hole. Anything short is going and traveling, much like that. Much like that.
It's another good 6 there.
6 to our Charlie. I think he had a little bounce in his step as he went to mark there. He Clock 2 sixes there and 3 balls. The shoulders are back. He's got an inflated chest. No injury there whatsoever. As Zimbabwe are moved to 284, chasing 289. 5 to get, 9 remaining. Clever batting by Charlie. Wants the strike down the other end for the last over.
I'm sure he's going to let Nickel have a
And
good go
Nickel
at the
is
field,
going to wind it up, I'm sure.
Yeah. For those of you at home that are feeling the tension, it's just as palpable over here.
Yep, even the pitch vision team are massaging each other's shoulders here for the tension that's rippling through between pitch vision and Raymond and myself, as they even have their in-house masseuse moving from one to the other. There's another big blow. Can he get to it? Does it just for a single? Mark Nickel at least, opening up his innings there.
Punching one just up and over the cover area, dropping short of about 5 yards of the sweeper who came running in.
What would you do here if you're Arch? It's 1 ball left in the over. He's got to get down the other end. He's the man in. Does he go for the big heave?
I would think he'd go, bud. Oh,
yep.
There we go.
Yeah, he's got a single. That's good. Well fielded. Very well fielded.
Very well fielded by
I think that could have been a very different outcome had he not got a hand to it. Yep. Arch Harley's on strike. Last over. Maybe 12th man.
I'd love to tell you who that fielder was. Just can't see the number too
right.
well.
2 to get, 6. I think the balance is in Zimbabwe's favor. However, if I was USA, bring everyone up.
Yeah, just bring everyone.
Bring everyone up. You don't need anyone on the boundary anymore. That's not going to do much for you. Because if you can punch through with singles, get men into the ring. Yeah, they've got a different plan. Yeah.
Yep, they're bringing.
Still got the man at cow.
Fine legs coming in. Third man's coming in. Backward a point in. Short cover coming in, long on, long off coming in, long on's on the circle, sweeper, long on, Arch is going back out, and we've got the sweeper on the leg side.
Just to put this into context, Arch Harley's on 35, he's got that over 21 balls. There we go, Zimbabwe!
Come on, boys!
Run away!
With a 4,
and Zimbabwe take us.
Charlie, well done, Zimbabwe.
Charlie, take this game.
Great game.
What a wonderful game of cricket. In the last over, Zimbabwe pip USA to a victory and their first win of the tournament. What a wonderful, wonderful game of cricket. Thank you. It's been a privilege sitting here with you, Raymond, Pitch Vision. Thank you very much over the 90 overs of good cricket.
Yeah, thank you, Mark.
I'm going to go hug a few people.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
It's been a fantastic game. Team USA, absolutely brilliant game. And Zimbabwe, we've got to say well done. All those spectating, hopefully you've appreciated a wonderful day of cricket. And we'll see you all tomorrow.
From Raymond Buchanan and Mark Farrell, thank you very much. That's us. Thank you.
No, we shouldn't. They just